Hello, everybody. Sorry I made a bit of a late start. I still disorganized. Took me a bit to get myself together. Standard disclaimer: this video is not intended for children. There will be harsh language, and we will be discussing adult themes. Okay, so with that out of the way, I'm starting off alone here, but I'm sure there will be some other people showing up. I just got the links sent out. Oh, there we are. Hello, Faye.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Okay, how are you?
Okay. Um, You're kind of quiet. Can you turn up your volume a bit?
I think this is as good as it gets for me.
Yeah, okay. I know you usually do
Sorry.
tend to. Yep. So, yeah, I just was just seeing those pictures that you dropped in the Twitter group.
Oh, yeah, well, the first one is, and I borrowed that, and the second one's my art, so.
Okay, well, the second one, actually, I had talked to you at one point about illustrating one of the characters from my novel, and that style I think would lend itself rather well to one of them.
Oh, okay,
Just
cool.
everything very soft and flowing.
That's pretty cool, yeah. Okay. You'll just have to work with me on how to figure it out.
Yeah, I'll have to type up a proper description to give you an idea of who the character is so you can work with that. But that would be fun to do. I just had the idea for this novel that since each of the characters is from a different planet and they all evolved completely independently, that an interesting cover for it would actually be to have each of the characters drawn by a different artist.
Oh. Yeah, that works.
Ah, I'm still kind of pulling myself together here.
What's going on with you, huh?
Well, this certainly kept me busy. Okay, and we have Angie and Diana.
Hey!
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Yay! I hope
Hi.
everybody had a decent day.
Nah, it's Christmas.
I slept most of the day, so that was good.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, I can think of worse ways to spend the day.
hmm
well, I wound up sleeping half of it myself just because I was trying to be in all the streams last night. So after I got up and did my noon show, I went and laid back down for a couple hours again because I was still.
I ended up watching anime.
That's cool.
I'm still making the most of my free 30 days of Netflix.
Oh,
Ah.
how did you come across that?
When you sign up, they give you that option. They give you 30
Oh,
days
oh,
free,
oh. Okay,
and
gotcha.
then they charge you later, but you don't have to keep going after the 30 days if you don't want to.
I thought you had to buy 60 gallons of organic milk to get one of those codes.
No, I lucked out. I clicked on the right ad or something. I don't know. I don't know. There was something trending on Twitter the other day about don't fuck with cats, and it's a true crime thing, and I wanted to watch it, and that was the only place it was. So, and now I'm watching Lost in Space 2.
Oh man, Irwin Allen, nothing like it.
Not the old one. This is
Oh,
very
oh,
new,
okay, okay,
different.
okay.
It's kind of stupid, but I'm enjoying it anyway, just because it's something different. The characters are the same but different, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Makes total sense.
Well,
Oh,
Dr. Smith is a
ah,
crazy lady instead of a crazy guy.
okay, there I go again. I thought I'm talking over people and my microphone was muted, so nobody heard me.
Oh, I really like your
No,
new
no.
animated dinosaur purple very much.
Yeah, the dinosaur was drawn by Trey Baldwin, and Bad Tempered Badger animated that for me.
That's very cool.
Mostly that was just a matter of getting my computer to deal with it. I finally got some memory upgrade for my computer, so I've got it up to 20 gig,
Awesome.
so that I can run these.
Hey.
I can run the split cam software as being a virtual webcam and finally get something moving around in there.
Oh, there we are. So,
And
Joey
Neil
guy
did send me
Friends.
his old camera a couple of months ago, so I've been playing with it and trying to get used to it.
oh, okay, you're
I
not.
don't really think I'm ever going to be comfortable being like live in the chats very much, but eventually I'll get there.
So, hon, you're not live yet, or is the link somehow broken?
No, I
Well, I
think
mean being live on camera.
No, the stream.
The stream is live. I'm looking at it.
Isn't it
I
running yet?
I
Yeah.
I must have the wrong link then, because I
Okay.
have one in
Yeah.
the list.
Yeah, when I
So
flip
I'll
back to
just
YouTube, I see it and I see my dinosaur flying around there.
okay.
And I see
So
you
I'll just
moving.
go
Yep.
to
I see you
yeah.
moving, Diana, so
I'll just
you,
go to your channel and then pick it up from there.
Doorknobhead, I don't know
well here,
about
I
the
can
Joey guy from Friends. I never watched Friends. But this is not.
there's
This
the
is like
links
a
in the private chat there, Diana.
Netflix original series or something like that.
Okay, hang on here.
I don't know. I don't recognize any of the actors or actresses in it at all. The little boy playing Will is really cute, though. Robot is scary as hell, but there's it's cool. I'm invested in
Okay,
it
there
now.
we are.
Yeah. Well,
Now we're talking.
basically I can excuse just about anything for a show that shows some character development and doesn't have internal consistencies. Those are the only two things I can't excuse.
Well, I guess that was one of the reasons a lot of boys watched Lost in Space for Angela Cartwright's character development. No, huh?
Okay, she was the Penny, the
She
dark-haired
was
one.
She was Penny.
Yes,
Yeah,
she was the
Yep.
watching
little
her
one.
grow up.
Yeah, as a teenager, I would say that's part of the reason I was watching it. Yeah. Although in retrospect, I kind of question about Dr. Smith and Will having maybe not such a good relationship there. That why there's these two young girls there and he's always going off with the young boy.
Yeah, I don't know. Was he a Catholic priest or in another life? I don't know.
Well,
It
most of
was
the episodes, Will saves the day anyway, so
yeah. It
it's
was
kind of like
interesting though to see how the character of Doctor Smith changed because in the first couple episodes he was a real rat bastard,
Oh yeah.
and
Well,
then
he
he
was trying to
became
kill them all in the pilot.
yeah, and then he became this. I don't know. Is there a term for what he
that's
became?
her name.
What?
Yeah, they had to redeem
Sorry.
him to some degree just for them to be able to live together. Because it's like, how do you forgive somebody who, tried to kill your whole family, but at the same time realizing that you basically have two choices. You either have to learn to live with him or you have to kill him.
Yeah.
And I understood the actor himself had something to do with that. He decided he wanted to keep his job, and so attributed more lovable characteristics, I guess, to the
Okay, because
role, so he could have more longevity in the character.
I
Yeah.
don't remember anything of Jonathan Harris besides Zachary Smith.
Yeah,
So
offhand, I
He did
can't
a
think
lot
of
of
what else
stuff.
he
He
was in.
just recently passed away too. So if you Google him for YouTube, you can find several different. I know I watched one just not too long ago.
Hamilton's
Special
asking if
right
Catholic
after he
means you're
passed.
addicted to cats.
Catholic.
No, that's actually a cataholic. There's actually a Facebook group under that name.
Okay.
there we are. Let's see what we've
And I suppose that I fall in that because, yeah, I found it extremely difficult the short time I had to live without a cat in my house.
Yeah, it's not easy to do once you've been had by kitties for any period. You just can't manage without a kitty around.
Well, I grew up with them that, literally from the day I was born, we had three cats in the house all the time. And if something happened to one, somehow we always got a replacement within a couple of weeks. But there were
Okay.
always three. If it got down to two, we got a replacement. If it got up to four, something always happened. It had to be three. We wound up that we lost one and we got two of them together that were brothers. And since that would have been four, one of them had to chase the other one out of the house and he went to live with the neighbors.
Oh,
Okay.
So for some reason, it always had to be three cats. But yeah, the one that got chased out of the house, I had a paper route at the time. So in the mornings when I'd be on the front porch, rolling the papers and putting the rubber bands on and putting the color inserts into them, he'd come up and sit with me while I was rolling up the papers every morning. But it's like, yep, his brother would not let him come into the house, so, he went to the house down the block to get fed.
Okay.
I'm becoming increasingly fond of the cat that I have. I've always been a dog person, but I like this cat, and she seems to like me back, so we're getting along really well.
Well, and the nice thing about cats is that they are extremely low maintenance.
Oh, she's
They don't
very
really
low.
ask much of you.
No, she
You
she
haven't
only
met Patsy.
Patsy's special.
Yeah.
Itty bitty doesn't want anything but food and the
Yep.
occasional pets, and that's about it.
Although they require just enough maintenance because, yeah, there have been days that the only thing that got me out of bed is somebody has to feed the cat.
Yeah.
And that has at times been the only reason I got out of bed all day.
Well, that's a good reason, though.
Well, and that's part of why I need them. I'm not good at taking care of myself. I'm very good with self-neglect. So if I don't have something else alive to take care of, that could get really bad because that could go on for many days at a time.
How do you do with plants?
Yeah, they tend to not survive because they don't speak up when they need something.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I actually dehydrated a cactus.
Oh,
It's not
yeah.
easy.
I killed an aloe vera plant.
Yeah,
It
well, the
committed.
cactus kind of got, pushed in the back on my desk behind some other stuff and got forgotten about for a couple of months.
Yeah, I had an aloe vera plant that basically jumped out of the pot. I came in one day and it was laying outside the pot. And I was like, oh, it killed itself. That's terrible. Maybe it needed some water or
Your
something.
plant committed suicide.
I'm telling you, I'm not
That
making
that's kind of a new level, yeah.
I'm not making that up. It was outside the container. It looked like it had crawled out. It
Now,
was
see, if you had a cat, we could explain that.
I
But if there was
didn't.
no cat at the time,
They could have been a rat, I suppose, but that doesn't. We live next to some railroad tracks, and there was a rat problem.
I would think that's more likely about that a rodent probably grabbed onto it and pulled it down.
But it's more fun to talk about it jumping out of the pot just to get out of
Yeah,
my hair. Just like, please, I don't
a
want her anymore.
suicidal plant. Yes,
Yes.
you talk to your plants and they commit suicide.
The
No,
ones I
wait,
have
wait,
outside do
wait.
okay, as long as I water them once in a while.
Robert X says, I drowned a fish once.
Oh,
How do you do that?
take it out of the water.
I'm sorry. What was that?
He drowned a
Robert said
fish.
that he drowned a fish.
Okay, no, yeah, that's gonna require an explanation.
Hmm.
Yep. Elaborate, Robert. Oh, lack of oxygen. That's
Okay, and Orla,
asphyxiation,
what
not drowning.
Orla's saying the 25th is also Neuromanus? Okay,
Newtonmas.
okay,
Newton.
again, I need an explanation for what that is.
His
Isaac
birthday?
Newton's birthday is
Oh,
today.
Newton's birthday, okay.
Well, yesterday
Oh,
now.
right.
Right,
Yesterday,
yeah,
the
yeah.
25th.
Okay, yeah, I remember reading that before. So, and birthdays kind of segues into the topic I thought I was going to start with here was what is the best or worst present you have ever received? Doesn't have to be Christmas, birthday, anything.
Oh, you know what I'm going to say already. So,
No, well, not everybody here does, so you go ahead and start it.
actually, yeah, you do have the Christmas present. You do have the birthday present. And NASA gave me both. Um, for my birthday in 1969, Neil and Buzz landed that afternoon. I turned 12 that day. And for Christmas 1968, Apollo 8. They entered lunar orbit the night before, and they were in orbit around the moon on Christmas Day. And I mean, this kid over here was absolutely in love with the program. Just thought everything of all of that. It was just it made my lifetime. And I've said many times, I am so happy I got to grow up in that era where I got to see all this happen. Um, I mean, maybe I wasn't there participating, but it was still a wonderful thing to watch the discovery, the accomplishment, all these sorts of things.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
um,
I was 5 years old when that happened, so I remember watching that on TV. And, at that age, of course, the scope of it didn't hit me until several years later.
it's really interesting that you speak of that you were 5 years old when that was going on. I fell in love with the program uh, the 20th of February, 1962, glued to the television, watching the coverage of the Flight of Friendship 7. I was 4 years old. And for 58 years, it has stayed with me. And as I say, I wouldn't trade having grown up in that era for having grown up in any other.
Well, I'm sure that's part of it that it had the impact on me, that I wound up following the space program after that point.
Mm-hmm. What do we
I
have going
remember a
on?
lot of just odd things about, you know, what happened during that era. Like, I remember getting a little toy of the lunar rover that was in cellophane on top of the tank container.
Oh my. Okay. Oh my. Blue collar heathen says we did a three-quarter scale model of Mercury Redstone a couple of years ago. God, that must have been fun. That must have been a beautiful thing to do. Um, just a couple of years ago, I went to Illinois to view the total solar eclipse, and on my way out there, I stopped in Chicago, and I got to see Aurora 7, the capsule in which Scott Carpenter flew in 1962, and Gemini 12 with Jim and Buzz. That was also at the Adler Planetarium. And,
Yep.
and I'm standing there and I'm looking at these things. And there are the people also at the planetarium, and they're looking, and why is that crazy broad crying? But, it's
I
just,
wish I had been there with you for that, as much to see your reaction to it as anything else. But yeah, I grew up in the Chicago suburbs, so I was in those
yeah.
museums a lot as a kid.
Yeah, that same trip I went to MSI and I saw Apollo 8. So
Yep.
I had a hell of a weekend, or it wasn't a weekend, it was midweek.
Now,
But
see, if
yeah,
if I had the money, I would live the rest of my life in an RV, just traveling to all the museums.
I know somebody who actually did that. It wasn't so much to the museums as Mensa conventions. They would
Yeah, I
just go
know a
from
couple of
RG to
people who have done the
RG.
RV thing, but yeah, just specifically, there are so many museums across the country and in
Yeah.
Canada that I
Hmm,
would
hmm,
love to
hmm,
see.
hmm.
One of my biggest dream trips is I have to somehow get up to the Trail Royal Museum in Alberta because they are said to have the largest collection of mounted dinosaurs anywhere in the world.
That's the one I thought you were talking about. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. I am so happy that I got to see Lucy. She was at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History while I lived there, and yeah, I saw I saw the bones that eventually made their way to is it Kenya?
Yeah, I never saw the authentic ones. I've seen, the cast reproductions in other museums.
And that was God, when was that? Maybe about 85, 86, something like that. Uh, my friend's brother was taking his son on around the world tour. They started in Australia, went around the globe, and then went back to Australia, and visited George while they were in North America. I'm trying to remember. It wasn't Constantine, but it was similar. His name was. Um, yes, dear.
Mm.
Hmm?
Blue Collar Heathen made a good point in the side chat that you should not mount the dinosaurs without consent.
Uh huh. Oh my! Hannibal says if I had the money, I'd just move to Ann Arbor and debate college Republicans.
Yeah,
Oh my! Ow! 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 Ow!
Ew.
I'm actually not far from Ann Arbor. It's definitely something that, I could drive out there for the day and come home by nighttime.
Well, to answer your original question, Purple, I have gotten mostly good gifts. I can only remember once getting a bad gift, and that was a couple of books. And I love books, don't get me wrong, but these are books I didn't want. Didn't want them, hadn't asked for them, managed to get through one of them laboriously, and the other one I don't even think I
Damn.
started.
Well, what book was that?
They were both biographies. One of them was Martin Short, and the other one was Tim Conway. And I got about, I don't know, halfway through the Martin Short, and it was just killing me because it was just name dropping. That's all it was. Oh, this story
Okay.
about hanging out with these people, and it's like not my style of,
Hi, Tria. Yeah, I can understand that. I think maybe apart from Robin Williams, I can't see the biography of a comedian as being all that engaging.
Try George Burns.
Oh, I bet that is funny.
Okay, well, yeah, George Burns and George Carlin, maybe.
George
But I
Burns
love,
was incredible.
but I like both comedians, and so the person that gave me the book knew that I liked both of those comedians. So it was a thought out gift. It just
Yeah.
the books weren't very good. I can't say the one wasn't good because I didn't even read it. I'm not sure where it's at. Anyway,
Yeah.
I never got to the Tim Conway one. I love Tim Conway.
Oh
Tria's
yeah.
got a good one there. If I had the money, I'd make a building that looks exactly like the Mormon church building on the outside and run an LGBTQ plus center inside.
Yay.
The best one that I ever got is a toss up between my birthday 4 years ago. I got my very first new car, and that was a huge deal because I've never had a car that I could trust. I've always driven, you know, hunk of junk that could leave me on the side of the road and probably will in any possible way it can.
I know what you mean. I don't think I've ever owned a car that was less than 10 years old.
Yeah, it was really nice. I love my car.
Yeah,
uh,
the last 6 vehicles I've had, I got out of barter deals because people had them sitting in their yards broken down and didn't know what to do with them.
oh, yeah. I had some people give me a car once. It was,
Yeah.
oh gosh, what was it at? Like a,
So I've kept getting cars that had to spend a week at the mechanic before I could even drive them for the first time.
Well, that was an interesting ride we had to Kentucky when you damn near lost a wheel.
Yeah, yeah. And I admit that was my fault. I should have rechecked the wheel bolts after driving on the first 100
Hey, we
miles.
were okay. That's all right then.
Yeah, well, that's I had taken the wheel off because I was checking the brakes before the trip.
Hmm.
But then after I put it on, I know that about cars that after you put a wheel back on, it takes them a while to reseat properly. So you're supposed to recheck the wheel bolts after you drive them for a bit.
I've had so many crappy cars, I can't even keep them all straight anymore.
Well, I don't know, Angie, if you've heard that story, but yeah, when I drove Diana down to Kentucky, I was feeling the steering wheel vibrate, and I pulled over to the side, and by that time, two of the four wheel lugs had already sheared off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
we were on our way to the protest site.
Yeah, so if I hadn't pulled over at that point, it's a good chance it would have thrown the wheel before we got to the protest.
right. Oh my
And what's interesting is that the piece of lug, one of the pieces of lug, was still in the wheel cover, so it must have just sheared. Didn't have time to lose it.
Yeah, well, that's probably when I felt the vibration starting,
Yeah,
was when that one sheared.
but at least everybody was okay.
Yeah,
All hands
nobody
made it.
got hurt. There wasn't any damage.
I
So
remember
I'm
the
I'm
Christmas we
glad
got
you
the
took it so
trampoline.
well because I know there's a lot of
Oh,
people who would have freaked out and would never ride with me again.
oh, not to worry. No, it's. I mean, there are worse positions to be in, really.
And yeah, like I say that well that car is a 2002. It's 17 years old now. So I also
Yeah.
had the problem that just as I was starting out a trip with Sloth Girl down to Minnesota, that we got
Oh,
about 30 miles and it blew the brake line for the rear brakes.
yes, and that was not a good day for you,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
so it's like I had to manage to get it home again about 35 miles with no power assist on the brakes because it had just lost all the fluids. But we got it home. I got it patched back together. It's doing well now.
Now, did you
I've been
get
driving it for a couple of months.
a request or application or whatever you want to call it in for housing again?
I got a response from them saying they would put me back on the list, although,
Okay,
that's
so who
been
knows how long
several
that'll
months and I
take?
still haven't gotten a letter about another appointment. So basically, if they move me to the bottom of the list, it could be 2 or 3 years before I get another appointment.
And I wouldn't put it past them to put you at the bottom of the list just to be, arseholes about the whole thing.
Yep.
Um, it's unfortunate because I know you were looking forward to getting to
Yeah, well, that was St.
Minneapolis
Paul. That was my
or
prime
St. Paul.
spot.
Yeah.
Robert X said no wheel bolts were harmed during this ride.
Okay, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm trying to get the significance of this here. Doc Fearsome says, my mom got me a hairnet with a hole cut in the middle. I can think of a few places
Oh,
that I might go with that.
you gotta scroll
Um,
up and read before that,
Well,
where it
I would
talks about the
assume that
horse
was done
gift.
for a ponytail or a man bun.
No, scroll up. It says, probably my worst gift was a gag gift from my mother.
okay,
I'm gonna read
Ah,
this
okay.
out loud. This is bad.
Yeah.
Going through puberty, I had trouble dealing with the pubic hair, and I complained about it a lot. She gave him a hairnet with a
oh,
hole in the middle.
oh
All
God! So
right.
that
So,
was meant as underwear.
That's so funny.
oh my. Oh no, what do we have? Oh no. Okay, so Orla says my kid's Christmas pretty much ended 12 hours ago. Slept for four. X fucked up his plans, so he's been
Oh,
here because that's just epic. Okay.
I highlighted the wrong one there.
Sounds like a fun day. Yeah.
Oh, I had a good day. Hubby took the kids to his family's dinner, and I slept till like 2 p.m. It was great.
Yay. There's
Yeah.
a lot to be said for a nice long nap.
Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah.
playing catch up.
Actually, Sloth Girl is kind of upset with me right now because apart from the time I was sleeping, I've been online.
Oh, dear.
So she's a little perturbed that I didn't spend some time with her today.
Don't neglect her now.
Well, I can kind of see your point.
I can see her point, but it's like I went over there when I woke up before I got into the streams again, but I guess by that time it was too late in the evening. She thought I should have been there by then.
Well, you did a
And
great job putting this together.
to her credit, while I was still asleep, she brought a plate of food over to me when she made dinner.
Aw.
She takes good care of you.
Yeah, she makes sure
It's
I eat, and that's an important thing because otherwise I can go up to 3 days at a time without thinking about it.
it's almost too bad you two are related, you know?
Even without that, I don't think we could ever really be in a relationship. I think this is the perfect arrangement of having apartments in the same building. I don't think we could ever actually live together without driving each other crazy.
Okay, okay.
We need to be able to close the doors and go off to our separate spaces.
Yeah.
That whole Brighton Beach memoirs thing, yeah. Okay.
So, Faye, we haven't heard much out of you.
Yes, quiet
Um,
lady.
what's the question?
Well, about the
Yes.
best or worst gift you've ever received.
Mm, I really don't do holidays, and I guess the worst present was burying my grandfather on my birthday.
Ew.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, not much to say, but that majorly sucks.
hmm Um, and the best present, mm, my boyfriend not arguing with me when I dumped him.
That's a good one. Okay, whatever you.
Well,
That's
I,
good.
I had set it up perfectly. I basically brought my replacement to the party. I
Okay.
I cooked everything I could because we were having one of our barbecues. Um, he was and so I went up to him and I said, "We're breaking up tonight," and he said, "Why?" And I said, "Because you need to go." I said, "But don't worry, Karen's in the next room and she's willing. I've talked to her."
Oh.
So everything's cooked, the drinks are made, everything's done. I'm going to leave and you have a good night. And I left.
Smooth.
Mhm.
I had something like that happen actually with my first girlfriend. It didn't even really seem like a breakup. It's just at a party she said, I think you'd be better off with a friend of mine. And introduced us and we started dating, and it's like there wasn't really a breakup there. It just kind of moved into something else, and
No, I picked the
everybody
most
was okay
toxic.
with that.
I picked the most toxic person I could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing with me, that I've managed to stay friends with most of the women I've dated.
Uh,
But
uh,
that
my
that's
mother,
also what kind of led me into polyamory, is that I wound up with some kind of overlapping relationships that people were okay with.
right. I wasn't okay with anything. And my mother recently asked me, "Why do you still talk to him?" And I said, "Because I enjoy finding out how much his life sucks."
Ouch.
Okay.
She said, "Oh, I thought you still held a torch for him." I said, "No, I want to see the decline."
So who is that famous quote that the best revenge is a life well lived?
Well,
Okay then.
my life isn't going that good, but it's certainly better than his.
Yeah. Well, and that you're doing better without him being part of yours.
Oh, honey, even if I had turned up as roadkill, I'd still be doing better without him.
Oh dear.
Harsh, but I can understand how that can be
Right.
true.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's my longest relationship ended after 12 years with the realization that after 12 years she really didn't understand much of anything about me. And that she was
Mm.
annoyed because I hadn't changed in the way she wanted me to. I was still pretty much the same person.
Well, I realized mine was never. You know how, like, there's character development with some people?
Yeah,
Well, he was 6 mentally and stayed that way,
yep.
but had discovered drinking.
Oh,
Oh.
fun.
So for about 6 months before I dumped him, I kept pointing out really pretty girls to him, going, "She's nice. She's pretty. You, you know, she looks friendly. You should go talk to her." Or what about
So
that other?
you were trying to encourage him to start someone else, huh?
Uh-huh. And then one of my
Well, that
friends
was
kept
really
flirting
nice of
with
you,
him.
actually, but yeah.
One of my friends, well, I say friend, one of my most toxic acquaintances started flirting with him a lot. And she was just like, "Oh, I adore your boyfriend." I said, "Really? Do you want him? There's
Well,
a party tonight. There's a party tonight. Do you want to go? Come on. You can have him. I'll give him to you." She said, no. She said, "No, you two are going to get back together. You've been together for 10 years." And I said, "But I don't want him anymore. You're perfect. Come
that was
on."
really the nicest way to break up with someone that I've ever heard of.
Eh, it worked. They were together for 3 years and he was never more miserable.
Okay.
I mean, he really hated
Ouch.
it. She ended up like totally going like single white female on him. It was
Ooh.
wonderful.
Somehow that makes me think of I never actually saw the movie, I only saw parts of it, but the movie My Super Ex Girlfriend, which is basically about this guy who was dating a superhero and broke up with her and she did not take it well.
I think I saw pieces of that, but I don't like you. I don't think I've ever seen the whole
Yeah, I
thing.
never sat through the whole thing because it wasn't that good, but the
Yeah.
premise was interesting.
Well, she got this idea that he and I had gone to a movie, like they re-released Grace or something like that, and she thought that he had taken me. So she called up my mother and screamed at her.
Oh,
Okay.
They're
that's the thing to
together,
do.
aren't they? They're together. The movie just came out, and he took her, didn't it? Because they used to sing that soundtrack all the time. No, no. Yes. He and I sang together a lot, but no, we didn't go to the movie. And she freaked out on my mother, and I got back from hanging out with a guy I actually did like, and my mother's like, "Did you go to the movies with?" And I'm like, "Ew, no." Well, Karen thinks he did. I was like, Karen can think all she wants. It was great because if she freaked out on my mom, who she barely knew, can you imagine what she did to him when he finally came home that night?
Oh,
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it feels good to be right.
he's so
Oh, it
evil.
does. It so much does.
Mhm.
I'm playing.
Mhm.
I don't really
Mhm.
think you're evil at all.
Hey, he knew that she was psycho bitch before I hooked them up. So this is your new girlfriend. Enjoy. He didn't have to move on that, but he did. Call
Well,
me up. What should I do?
And apparently he managed it pretty well since there isn't an unmarked grave.
Uh, well, it's a little complicated. No, there's no unmarked grave, but he ended up actually marrying someone much worse.
Oh, jeez. Why is it
Yeah.
always bad to worse and then worst?
Well, it's called He Messed with Me, and I gave him advice,
Yeah.
and he followed it.
Well,
When he
having
said when he
survived a
was
couple.
living with the nightmare he married, um, he was with her for way too long. And I said to him, you've been together with this woman for like 2 years and she bought a condo and you live with her. And if you don't marry her, I wouldn't be surprised if her father snips off your balls.
Jesus.
And he's like, huh? I said, either you move out soon and end the relationship or you start proposing because she's invested way too much money in you. And I think you're going to pay in flesh.
Oh dear.
Well, she had one of those families, you know what I mean? It is
Yeah.
Jersey.
Okay, then.
You know, she her dad was a quote unquote school teacher and yet he's giving her the money to buy a condo? I don't think so.
Mm.
Right.
I don't think so. No. So I'm just like, yeah, you either move out or you start dropping to your knees daily. Didn't work. They got married and it was awful.
Oh dear.
It was wonderful for me. Never
Uh,
been so happy.
Diana, you were mentioning that term the Germans have for getting
Oh,
enjoyment from the suffering of
Schadenfreude.
others.
Yeah, Schadenfreude.
Yeah.
No, this is like rubbernecking with like a beach chair, a tub of popcorn, and a foot massager.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Enjoying
Basically,
that.
I left him so he could marry within his own species. Okay?
Yeah.
Because he was talking about marrying me. And I'm sitting there going, oh no, you just discovered drinking. See that girl? She's got nice legs. You should go talk to her.
Yeah,
He didn't
having
figure that
survived a
out.
couple of abusive relationships myself, it's like I look back and realize how close I dodged a bullet by not marrying that one.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I didn't want to get married to begin with. And suddenly he's talking about marriage and kids. Another thing, I don't want to breed. I even told him when like things were still like jolly and we were getting along. I was like, if you want to have kids, honey, maybe you should go with somebody else. We could break up for 20 years and then maybe you can come back after they've grown up. Because I don't want any. Got it?
Yeah, well, for me, the children were basically part of the relationship. Every relationship I got in for 25 years, there were already kids there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. He didn't have any yet and he was looking at me.
Nope.
Yeah,
And this body is not real estate.
Uh-uh.
I'm not renting anything out.
yeah. Well, and see, that's the odd thing that I've raised 9 kids and none of them had my DNA.
Which is great and grand if that's what you want to do. But some people, are allergic.
It actually works for me because I think the things that are important were things I could teach. And I think that for all the things that run in my family, it would have been a bad idea anyway.
Yeah.
I've actually said that considering the things that run in my family, it's surprising a lot more things don't run from my family.
Oh.
See, my the teenager I spent some time with today, she was talking about how some of her friends are already talking about having kids. In fact, some of her friends have already had kids and they're still in high school. And how she has stated that she doesn't want any. So I high fived her. She high fived me back. And I was like, "You stand firm, honey. You stand firm." Because, she is 4'10". I said, "A 3-year old is as tall as you. How do you think you're going to handle a 16-year-old?" And
Yeah,
she
there's
goes,
that.
"Oh." And I said, "You're a teenager now. How would it feel to raise you, but a taller version?" She goes, "Oh, fuck no."
Yeah. I do well with small children. When they become teenagers, it gets much more problematic.
I don't like them at
Yeah.
any stage. Larval, walking, vomiting, farting, shitting themselves, sinus infections,
Oh,
vomiting, teenagedom. Oh, first love syndrome is terrible.
I have some fantastic memories of kids below age 10 because it's just wonderful to watch them as they're discovering and figuring out the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
With
that was the fun part. But yeah, once they got up to being teenagers, then it gets really difficult.
After
Hmm.
I broke up with the long term boyfriend, I had a series of short term. And short term for me is like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
And the first one I went with after him, we were talking, and he's like, talking about a childhood illness he had, and he had surgery and all kinds of radiation on his balls. He's like, "I'm afraid I might be sterile." And I said, "You have never looked more attractive."
Yeah, Blue
I,
Collar Heathen says 16-year-olds you handle with antacids and sarcasm.
yeah.
Hmm.
I have to get a drink. I'll be back.
The teenagers I've had to deal with, it's basically, hey, if you want to screw up your life, go ahead, do whatever you think is best.
Okay,
If
I
you
can't
if
help
you want some
thinking
good advice,
I
talk to
can't help
someone else.
thinking that Angie said she had to go and get a drink because we reminded her that one of the ones she's raising will soon be a teenager.
No, they're little. They're little.
I thought one of them was like 10.
That's still
Yeah,
that's
yeah, a
still
couple of
little.
years, but yeah.
Still got a few years of reprieve.
I don't know. I find it difficult to deal with teenagers. I find it more difficult to deal with 23-year-old teenagers. But what are you going to do?
Last time I was around a bunch of teenagers was like a month ago, and they were doing the whole like, "Oh, we don't like so and so because so and so is a so and so," and the only thing I could say was, "Yeah, you're just as annoying as so and so. So why don't you shut the fuck up?" And of course, the teenager was there, and she goes, "That's my auntie." And
Oh,
they're all looking at
jeez.
her, and she's like, "I'm so proud of my auntie." And I'm like, "Oh, you find that annoying too, huh?" She's like, "Well, yeah."
Oh, Blue Collar Heathen's just loaded with them today.
What did Blue Collar say?
I was about to highlight it. I'm still not. There
Oh,
we go.
13-year-old about my bowel movements in front of her friends, instant behavior modification. I love that. I'm gonna try it.
Yeah. I've got to get more used to using that feature. It's a nice little feature to have here. I just don't think about it often enough.
I just talk about my friends in college. You know
Well,
how like one super blonde curly haired girl like came down with genital warts,
Ew.
and how the entire dorm was freaking out because she slept with almost everybody's boyfriend except for mine.
yep.
And they were like, and I'm like, "I know something about all of you." I don't have children. Children just kind of flock to me.
One of the things that made it so easy for me is that in the 90s there was this big thing about the 70s being a retro craze.
No.
So I was constantly teasing my teenagers with the fact that they couldn't claim my music was lame because they were listening to the exact same things I listened to when I was in high school.
I was a nanny in the 90s, and I told the girls that unless they had a rubber band around one of their pant legs to ride the bicycle, they weren't doing it right. Because
Yep.
I can't tell you how many times that bell bottom went in the bike chain, and I had to drag that thing home with one leg.
Hmm.
Kind of like hop, drag, hop, drag, hop, drag. Grandpa, can you help me?
I had that happen myself a couple of times that I had to cut my pants free of the bicycle.
Yeah,
Ruins the
my
pant.
grandfather was like super talented at it, but every kid I knew had like permanent damage on one pant leg because of the bike chain.
Yeah, well, that's somehow it became stylish, but my dad's solution was always just to, take the pants out to the chopping block with an axe and just chop the legs off to make shorts.
With an
And somehow,
axe?
for my sisters at least, that became stylish at the time.
With an axe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was a very bad, uneven cut, but my sisters wore them to high school and like late 60s, early 70s. That was a nice thing.
Yeah, I
And I
think.
look at that now and I see like, they're selling these distressed jeans.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, what you're selling is the work pants I won't wear anymore.
How do you distress jeans? Do you like put them on a chair and torment them with insults?
Yes.
Yeah.
You read Vogon poetry.
Yeah, but honestly, the way they do it, at the sweatshops in Asia, that they run over like the knees and the stress points with a belt sander,
Mm,
and
wow.
that's what I mean. That it's like these are the jeans I'm throwing away because I'm afraid they're going to split out at any moment.
And they're paying $70 a pair. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's I should be like selling my used work jeans on eBay as authentic distressed jeans. I'm sorry, I seem to be having trouble with my tongue, and I haven't drank that much yet because all through this marathon I've avoided drinking because I didn't know when I'd have to be on. So yeah, I poured myself one now, but that hasn't had long enough to take effect. I don't know what's happening with my tongue.
Work it out. I think you did a great job putting this together.
Thanks, and it means a lot that people really appreciate this, and that's the only thing that could motivate me to ever do something like this again.
Yeah.
I
I,
hate
I
the
miss.
holidays.
I'm so happy this is over. The Christmas thing is done, and I'm glad too.
Well, as I've said to several people here, that part of the reason that I set this up was it gave me an excuse to avoid my family today.
Mm,
I just don't even have to have an excuse anymore. I just use the actual reason. I don't like them, and they don't like me. So I don't
Yeah,
go.
my problem is I know my family really loves me, and they are convinced that I will come around to their way of thinking if they keep doing nice things for me, but they have absolutely no concept as to what I value.
Gotcha.
Hmm.
mm, I think a lot of people could identify with that.
Definitely.
It's really fun to do them when they do when okay, so my cousins we had a party at my family likes get-togethers too. So I showed up. It was one of those times where I couldn't come up with a reasonable excuse because they knew where I lived and would check, and I was close enough. Anyway, so I show up, blah blah blah, and one of my cousins has his hot friend there, and I'm like, ew, that's that guy who last time I offered to rub his shoulders undid his pants. All right.
Oh,
Uh-huh. So, and I totally walked out on that, but because it wasn't the opportunity of a lifetime, like he thought. So, he's there, and I decided because I wasn't gonna let him pull me aside and say like hit on me things. But he's hot, and
Yeah.
I can sort of like deal. So instead, I just sort of like drank half a beer, patted my lap, and said, "Hey, bitch, you gonna sit on my lap or what?"
Good Lord.
Yep.
Okay.
That kind of sort of like got everyone not to talk to me for a good year. It was wonderful.
Awesome.
Yeah, because usually they do things like, oh, you're going to have to learn how to cook and stuff because when you get married.
Ugh.
And it's like, do you know I've been cooking the meals for you since I was like 7 at Nana's side, so fuck all of you?
Yeah, and again, until I got into the atheist community, I hadn't heard the phrase love bombing, but that is basically what my family has done all my life, believing they will bring me back into the fold.
Ugh.
I don't know which I would want less. Be it that the whole love bombing thing, or the thing, bitch at the kid, thinking that's going to change the kid. I think I would rather have the bitching. I really do, because the whole love bombing thing is so fake.
Oh, or you could always do my mother's approach. Do what I say or I'll break your legs.
Mm.
But,
Harsh.
but
And by the way,
mom,
and by
Okay,
the way,
Diana, it
Faye.
looks like Blue Collar Heathen took up your idea for a holiday tradition.
Okay, then and I never did get to doing the laundry. That's a darn thing. That's what happens with me and new traditions. Oh, I'll have to do laundry tomorrow. I really will. But Faye, you do a perfect lamb chop. You know that, right?
no.
Yeah, the voice you were doing just a little bit ago. I heard it's a great lamb chop.
Okay. I don't remember the voice I did, so I don't think I can do it twice.
At some point, we can go back and play the recording. Just
Where you said, "Do what I say, or I'll prick your legs," in her
Oh.
mother's voice,
well,
I
that
guess.
yeah, the one the
Yep.
one before that, talking about you'll get married and you have to cook and something like that or
Oh,
whatever it was. Yeah, that one. It was beautiful. Took me back to my childhood because I used to love Sherry Lewis.
Huh.
Well, when you
Can't
say
recall.
cooking and lamb chop in the same sentence, there, it whole new.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's part of my problem is it's like I cook and sew most better than most of the women that I've dated.
Okay, then.
Was really a big part of why it worked so well with my fiance was that it really was the first time that I was able to basically be the woman's role.
Okay.
That I did all the traditional women's stuff about taking care of the house and cooking and that. And it's like I had been saying since like fourth or fifth grade that that's what I had wanted all my life.
And then what? She did all the work on the car. Is that it?
Well, no, she had a lot of health problems, but she was a grant writer, so most of hers was office work. She did a lot of paperwork for nonprofit charities,
Okay, then.
and our problem was that we both kept doing work for people who were more broke than we were.
hmm.
Uh,
So it's like when you don't have any money, but you work for nonprofit charities all the time, you don't get very far.
yeah.
Right.
Melody knew more about auto repair and shit than I ever did. Um, she was always the one getting her hands dirty with that stuff.
Yeah, one of my sisters is a great mechanic, and that was one of the things. Whenever I went to buy a used car, was fantastic because the guy would always be, trying to sell me on it and trying to talk it up and ignore her. And I had no clue what he was talking about. But by the time he finished, she would give me a list of everything that it needed and how much it would cost. I
Handy.
Throughout my life I have found that it is very beneficial at times to play up to people's stereotypes.
Okay. Yeah.
If they're going to have negative stereotypes of people, I'll find a way to use it against them.
Hmm.
I'm sleepy, y'all.
Yeah, been a long day. Been a long day.
It has been, but
It's late.
like I say, I'm finally able to drink, so I've got a cup here with a triple shot of whiskey and ginger ale. So I
Oh,
Oh
figure,
man.
Purple's ready to party.
well,
Yeah.
basically, I figure I'll probably refill that once, and by the end of the 2 hour stream, then I should be ready to pass out.
Oh, please excuse me.
So I
Oh
just got to hold
gosh.
it together until 2 o'clock, and then it doesn't matter anymore.
Aww.
Another 45 minutes. You'll be good.
Yep.
I prefer gin and ginger ale.
No gin and Dr. Pepper?
No.
Uh,
That
Yeah,
sounds
I
like
have yet to
that sounds
find
like a
anything that Dr.
mistake.
Pepper is good for.
Ugh, I don't like Dr. Pepper.
We were discussing that in one of the streams last night about what Dr. Pepper is because it's like apparently it took a long time to get to Australia, so they didn't know what it was for a long time.
Huh.
And I was saying that the best description I had ever heard of it was that Dr. Pepper is carbonated prune juice.
Yeah. That's what it tastes like. It's just too sweet.
Oh, Chucky McNubbin. Diana, that's somebody you know. He's been around for a while, right?
Chucky McNubbin? I'm searching my memory bank and I'm not remembering the name, but that could be because I'm blonde.
I thought it was somebody that I knew from being in your chats, actually. Well, whatever. I'm making him a moderator.
Okay.
There are too many people out here that aren't moderators yet.
Oh, my word.
I don't know how it is
Okay.
that Maya didn't manage to be a moderator yet. And Randolph, of all people. I think, well, something's wrong there. I'm sorry, I just kind of clicking on the wrong buttons.
Oh, he's got some good channels subscribed to. I mean, there's
Yep, just trying
the
to trying to add a couple of more mods here.
7 subscribers. We can work on that.
What am I? Yeah.
Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
boy,
Randolph,
boy.
we always like having you around, even if you can't make it into the actual chats. And I do appreciate the fact that you have a couple of times, taken something I've thrown in Twitter and made a mime out of me.
Mm.
I've got a couple of those saved. So, it will be interesting to see how long it takes for those to like circle around Facebook and get back to me without anybody realizing that that was me who said that.
One of the things that I really appreciate is that there's more anti-Christmas stuff in the world now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like their grumpy cat Christmas stuff always made me very happy. A picture of grumpy cat. It's like I heard Santa on the roof, so I turned on the fireplace. Things like that.
I saw this thing.
Oh,
at
yeah, I know what you
Starbucks
mean.
instead. I have to have this.
Well, and the
The
problem I always had was with raising kids, but even as a kid, the whole Santa mythology I knew was screwed up. So it's like I didn't want to encourage that, but it wasn't something I could really contradict their mothers about.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Call me whatever you want to call me, but I don't really see the value in perpetuating the myth of the jolly guy in the red suit coming down the chimney and all that sort of thing. I mean, who has fireplaces anymore? Um, and I mean,
Just tell
it's
them that Saint Nick was chopped up and made into a bunch of relics, and bits and pieces of his body are all over the planet. And
I
that's
like that
how he
idea.
can do the whole space time travel because he's a dead person.
Yeah.
Actually, two corpses were used for that because both were ordained as Saint Nick. I think in
Oh,
1992 or something like that. But
jeez.
that's okay because there's bits and pieces of Saint Nick on many different altars in many different countries. So there you
Yeah.
go.
Well, how many foreskins of Jesus are there? I mean, really?
Well, and
Um,
if you took all the tiny bits of wood that are in things people bought back from Israel, how big would that cross be? You'd probably have a cross that would stand like 10 stories tall.
and talk.
Yeah, but the Santa thing I think is actually very damaging, to the kids in low income families. Because I grew up with
Hmm.
that and it's like, yeah, it didn't seem to matter how well I behaved. The assholes who bullied me at school would always get 10 times as much as I did.
Uh huh.
So I really think that is damaging to, kids whose families don't have enough to buy them the latest gadgets.
I
Um,
don't know.
can I put a link in the side?
Oh, by all means.
Okay, this is one of my favorite Christmas articles. It's called Six to Eight Black Men, and it's written by David Sedaris. It's a Saint Nick uh, Christmas story about Saint Nicholas and his 6 to 8 black slaves.
Oh,
Hmm.
great.
Hmm.
Okay,
So
that's new information.
yeah, yeah. So there you go.
Yeah, the other thing about the Santa Claus legend that I've always thought, was going to be, just a backfire waiting to happen is that, okay, when your kids find out you've been lying to them about that for 8 or 10 years, aren't they going to start questioning what else you lied to them about?
That would only be logical. Yeah. I don't know what it was. I never really bought the Santa Claus thing. I don't know why, but it just worked out that way. So I didn't have a letdown, when it came to finding that Santa wasn't real. And as a matter of fact, I kind of enjoyed the stories about Nicholas that were circulated as real. Um, but yeah, the
Well,
whole
and
thing. Hmm?
again, with my Scandinavian heritage, that, my great grandmother had, legends that were part of what got rolled into the Santa Claus thing about the Scandinavian Green Man, which really predated even the St. Nicholas of the 4th century. That in Scandinavia, it was the Green Man in winter as he was, retiring and about to die, that he would be leaving presents for people. That the Green Man was reborn each spring and he would die late in the winter and, be reborn for the new year.
Okay.
Huh. I hadn't heard that one. I've gone both ways. My kids, when they were little, we did not do Santa, but it was because I was such a Jesus freak at the time.
Oh, wow.
And now I let the little ones. I think it's adorable to see the wonder and the let them have a little magic when they're little. I think it's cute. And I've not actively lied to them because they don't come right out and ask if Santa is real. When they do, then you have to tell them the truth. But they don't
Yeah,
usually
Randolph
do that.
Richardson saying in the side chat, when my kids figured it out, they were delighted and both said they want to continue to pretend to believe because it was fun and they liked the presents.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
mother never pretended.
like the oldest one now is pretending for the youngest one. So it's kind of fun. So it's okay.
Well, and it's like if you don't push it as a literal thing,
Yeah.
if you push it as, the spirit of St. Nicholas as being,
Okay.
the spirit of generosity and giving,
Yeah, I like that.
yeah,
That's a good thing. Yes.
that you don't push it as this being a physical person.
Right.
Yeah, we didn't do that kind of thing. No.
Let me grab some coffee here because I. Oh, wait
Gee,
a
what
minute.
a
I have to make.
surprise.
What's that, hon?
I think you grabbing coffee
Oh,
is a
Yeah.
that's
surprise.
always surprising. Yeah, but the thing is, I just remembered I'm gonna have to make some in order to pour some. It's 'cause I ran myself out of coffee the last time around. Yeah,
You've
what
been
would
staying
Diana
up all
be?
day for the marathon, so you drained your pot.
Pretty much. Yeah, what would Diana be without her coffee? I mean, really,
Yep.
it's what keeps me inflated.
Well, we discussed that about you just bolting the coffee maker to the wall behind your computer.
I do have two of them, so I could do that to one of them. Oh my. Oh my, this thing over here. Yeah, okay, so I've got to do the whole thing. Basket is full of both. Get out of there. There you
Yeah,
go.
Orla is saying about Odin stuffing gifts into shoes and that being related to the stockings. And yeah, that did all get tied together. And that was actually part of it, although Odin's Day actually occurred on what we now regard as New Year's Day because it was 10 days after the winter solstice. Because the 10 days, between the Odin sleep and the winter solstice, and this is kind of giving away everything in the video I'm going to put up later this week, you
Don't
know,
do that.
well, in Scandinavian legends, it's referred to as the 10 days of darkness because it is the only time of the year that Odin sleeps, that he has to recharge himself for the whole year. And of course, since the All Father, the greatest of the gods, is asleep, all of the enemies of Asgard know that this is the prime time to assault Asgard.
Okay.
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 God, let's wait.
So yeah, it's when Odin awakens after his sleep that he goes and distributes presents to everyone. Basically in gratitude for their help of holding back the forces of darkness while he slept.
Okay.
Okay. I learned something new today. Thank you, Purple.
A day in which something is learned is a day that is not wasted. Yes.
True.
And people keep asking me for sources of this stuff, and it's like I don't have any books I can cite. This is just the legends that my grandmother and my great grandmother taught me that they brought over from when they moved to the US from Lapland.
Okay.
So it's like I don't know if this was ever written down anywhere. This was just the oral tradition that's been passed down.
Cool.
So it's kind of interesting that I'm actually close enough to it that I remember the oral tradition, that I actually knew the people who came from the old land who were continuing to talk about this.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's basically it. On my mother's side, I can only trace my family back about 5 generations.
What was that all?
Because basically they knew the Russian army was advancing, so they took everything they could carry or load onto the horses and carts, and they evacuated and they burned the town to the ground because they said the Russians will take the land, but they will not have the people. And my great grandfather, took his family on the horse and cart. And when he got to the coast, he traded the horse and cart for passage to America.
Huh.
So,
That
in 1904, that's how my family came to America.
That's cool.
that has
It's
got to
cool
be
that you know that.
um,
Yeah, but, there's no way I can trace anything beyond that because all the records were destroyed.
Mm.
that's got to be something, I don't know, traumatic. Would that be a good word? Where you're basically leaving the place you've known with only what you could carry.
Yeah, well, that's the area of Finland that they lived in, depending on which decade you're talking about, was either part of Sweden or part of Russia. And Finland has only been an independent country for slightly over 100 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Up until that, it was a duchy of Sweden.
I mean, even
So,
believe it or
I
not,
wish I could go back further because I'm sure if you could follow the records back far enough, just because of the region, we'd probably find some Vikings in there.
Probably.
Sorry, my personal rant.
No, you're good.
Oh, like I'm gonna say anything? Miss Rant herself is gonna say anything about ranting? Oh my goodness. No!
Yeah,
That would make
doorknob
me
head doorknob head is saying Santa with slaves because elves are ridiculous.
Mhm.
I shouldn't be laughing.
Yeah,
I shouldn't
and
be laughing.
doorknob head, Santa did not beat children with sticks. The naughty children were either taken by the Krampus or beaten by Black Peter.
I like Krampus. Oh, okay. Apparently that's what Kitty Cat's been waiting for all night.
What?
Well, I'm putting my blanket on my bed and my cat's just like, "Oh, smooth blankets."
Yay.
Okay,
Oh, hey,
so
TV tube.
I have a tendency to put them in the dryer during this time of night, like year
what?
to warm them up
Ah,
so I
Oh,
can
yeah.
sleep. Because I like an extra cold room with warm blankets. I'm weird.
Wait,
I'm
you put the
I'm in the
cats in the
habit of
dryer?
putting an electric heating pad in the center of my mattress about 2 hours before I go to bed,
Okay,
just to
so you
warm up
get
the
it.
mattress. Yep. And I lay a pair of socks on top of it, so then I've got warm socks to put on as I get into bed.
Perfect.
Oh
Because
my!
I can't fall asleep if my feet are cold.
I know what I'll do is I'll get under the blanket. And I mean under the blanket. I'll get into the bed. I'll pull the blanket over my head, and my breath will warm everything under there, so I'm really nice and comfortable.
Oh, I can't do that.
Yep, I've
I'm all full
done
of
that.
hot air, as you well know.
I've done that a lot too, Diana, pulling the blanket over my head just to keep the
I can't
kind
do
of the
that.
steam warm.
Yeah, I feel like I'm suffocating when I do that.
Yep.
I can't
I
It's
can't
even
do it.
put a scarf over my mouth when it's cold.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
but
it's
I have a string of Christmas lights strung up in the bedroom around the ceiling with the cord hanging right by the outlet by the bed. And that is how Sammyson knows that I'm settling in for the night. Is he waits until I unplug the string of Christmas lights,
There you go.
and then he knows to come and hop up on the bed because then, then I'm going to pet him until I fall asleep.
Yeah.
My cat
yeah.
doesn't care when I go to bed as long as she can.
Yeah.
Yeah, the getting under the blanket is a leftover from those couple homeless years I had,
Yep.
where I would do that as part of keeping warm, as well as now I be fully dressed with a trench coat and everything else, and I get under the blanket and well, five blankets really, and it's, with the six cats around you, you can be rather warm.
Yeah. I've been through similar experiences. Fortunately, I never had to go through a full winter. But at one point,
I
I was homeless well into October.
yeah, there was one really bad winter. It was the winter of 13, 14. We had a really severe Arctic blast come down. It was getting down to like minus 10, minus 15.
I
That
didn't
was
know
fun.
that you were that old.
That's what she said that, and I was like, wait a minute. 13, 14.
I know it sounds like a year, doesn't it?
I get it, but
It was the
that,
year 13, 14, and
Okay, then.
we were all out of boiled kidney. And
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Diane,
my.
are you one of the people who had to walk to school a mile both ways uphill?
Yes, yes.
in the snow.
I'm one of those old farts.
The
so,
funny thing is, where I live now, I can see that that was literally true for my mother.
oh,
That
okay.
between where my grandmother's house was and where the school bus was, there is a huge hill. So that yeah, either direction, a quarter mile of the walk was uphill.
Hmm. Yeah,
Um,
that's kind of the area I live in right now. It's very hilly here, and no matter where you go, there's always you could go from this point to a point at the same elevation, and you've changed elevation by 200, 300 feet
Mm.
in between. It's all sorts of fun. Keeps you in shape. So why am I still all spread out everywhere? I don't know.
Well, that's part of why at my mother's house that there are places on the property you can't get a cell phone signal for anything
Okay,
because she's in a valley between two hills.
okay then.
So it's like if you're standing anywhere west of the house, forget it. There's no signal.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah, you've got to like be standing on the driveway up near the county road before you can expect to have a reliable signal that will actually stay long enough to do more than send a text message.
yeah, I didn't know your mother lived here. My area is like that.
Yeah, I
God's
had a
hearing,
similar
yeah.
thing. Oh, I'm blanking on the name of the town now. It started with a B. But in Minnesota, a woman I worked for a lot that basically I came to know that anytime I was working out there, if I did not have line of sight on the Big Lake water tower, I could not have a phone signal. So I had to get up high enough that I could see the water tower. Otherwise, there was no chance that my phone would connect.
Oh, goodness.
Boofoo.
Butt Munch, Minnesota? Really, Dorloff? That starts with a B.
Kind of appropriate. Actually, that the area I'm talking about was actually the area that the Little House books took place in.
Okay
Okay.
then.
The Little House on the Prairie was right around that area, around Buffalo, Minnesota. So that yeah, it's like Big Lake is one of the towns that's mentioned in there a number of times.
Okay.
That was one of the larger towns that they'd go to for supplies on a regular basis.
Hi, Josiah.
Oh, hey there,
Oh,
sweetie. Nice.
Randall, that's terrible.
Bronchosaurus. I like dad jokes.
Yeah, that's definitely a dad joke and specific to my channel.
Triceratops.
Okay, so Josiah, you're here. Where'd you leave Nadine?
Game. I bet.
Well, she's not asleep by now. Something's wrong.
That's true.
Well, it's only what, 2:45. It's a
What
quarter to
is she one
three.
of those people who thinks she's got to go to bed while it's still nighttime?
I think it's
No,
almost
Nadine.
daybreak there.
No, Nadine's an
Yeah.
hour and a half later than it is here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be pretty close to sunrise where she is.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, she's got to get some sleep.
Yeah, I said she's playing. I figured.
Oh.
If she wasn't sleeping, she's gaming.
Yeah, I see her gaming late night a lot.
Blame it on Faye.
Yeah,
Best thing I ever did.
Yep.
yeah, that Don't Starve game, I see that coming up a lot.
Best thing I ever did.
Yep. It's a good distraction.
No, Doorknob Head, I think toying with men and murdering them in dark alleys is Orla's thing.
Well, is she here to confirm or deny?
Okay, yeah, now we're getting a steady stream of dinosaur jokes here.
Oh, so we're not onto the clams yet, huh? Or is that movie night?
No, we save those for movie night.
Okay.
Movie night 2.0, Revenge of the Clams.
Oh, the weekend's coming.
Oh,
Peter Gunn theme. No, that's the Pink Panther
No,
theme.
yeah. Yeah, Peter Gunn is when you down, 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 down,
Yeah.
down, 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 down. Yeah.
yeah. Interesting bit of trivia in the final Pink Panther movie. Peter Sellers was quite sick and was unable to speak for part of it. So the last scenes they filmed for that, they actually had Rich Little impersonating Peter Sellers to do the dialogue
Oh, really?
because he couldn't speak his own lines.
No,
Wow.
wait a minute. Am I full of it? Well, yeah, we know I'm full of it, but I thought Peter Sellers was dead for part of that last film. No?
It could be he could have died before they completed it.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember when John Candy died very suddenly in the filming of Wagons East, and how they tried to piece that together, and it came out
Yeah.
to be an okay movie, but yeah, it definitely lost a lot because he wasn't able to film the last several scenes.
Yeah, not enough candy to make it a good movie.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much Doorknob Head. It was a sad victory, but nonetheless.
Hannibal crossed the Alps because it was safer than crossing the elephants.
I need to find something to read.
I gotta go to bed soon.
Me too.
Yes,
For real.
pretty much.
I got stuff to do tomorrow that I didn't do today.
I have to deal with bitch face, so.
Oh dear.
Uh,
Mhm.
yeah, I actually don't have to do anything tomorrow, but I'm thinking I will probably go out for the half price candy sale.
There you
Mm,
go. All
I
the
need to
leftovers.
restock on chocolate. I use it medicinally.
I've had too
There
much
you go.
chocolate. It'll be a while before I get any more.
Oh, yeah, no, I actually have a theory on that, and I've had a couple of professionals who've said it's plausible, but they don't know anyone who's done research on it. That the Tourette's, one of the leading theories is that it's caused by too many dopamine receptors. So anything
Okay.
that boosts dopamine reception tends to, um, like drastically limit the amount of ticks I have.
Yeah.
So if I have chocolate every day, that's more effective than any of the medications they've tried to give me.
Oh,
That's cool.
really? That's amazing.
That's what I got for
Okay.
Christmas. I got some chocolates.
So I just need to get my friend some chocolate then.
Okay, then.
It
Dark
can't hurt.
chocolate.
Apart from the empty calories putting on weight, it can help.
She's a skinny mini. She can handle it.
Yep. Well, and it's dopamine, so it will generally boost your mood.
Something's got to give because she's been a royal bitch.
Hmm.
Get over here now. Okay. Why? I want to get a sweater for my cat. Okay.
Aw.
Whatever. It's snowing. I'm not coming over. Sorry. Just got home. Looks like the cat's not getting a fucking sweater for Christmas.
Poor kitty.
Yeah.
It's just gonna have to deal with having fur.
I have checked my property and I have no fucks left to give.
Oh,
None.
um, yeah, we took Sloth Girl's cat in for her twice annual shaving, so she is kind of lacking in fur right now.
You shaved the cat?
Oh, she has
In
to
winter?
because we think she was taken away from her mother too soon and doesn't really know how to groom herself. So she gets a lot of very bad mats and actually starts to smell.
Oh,
So yeah, about twice a year we have to take her in and have her shaved.
Yeah, when you have a stinky kitty, that's just not a good thing. Something's definitely wrong there.
Yeah, well, that's she doesn't know how to,
Yeah,
clean
that's
her own
that's the wrong
backside, so
thing.
she starts
Yeah.
smelling like urine after a while.
poor kitty.
Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure she was just taken from her mother too young and just never learned how to do that.
And then, of course, Doorknob Head would go where Doorknob Head went. I don't know
Shaved.
about you, sweetie. Oh
Actually, I had posted that on Twitter, and Sloth Girl got a little offended by it
Oh dear.
because I had posted a picture of her the day after she got shaved.
boy.
So yeah, she didn't take that entirely well. She thought I was kind of making a joke at her expense. So I apologized to her for that. But
Profusely.
yeah,
I don't know. You're just doing it wrong there, Purple. These last couple days.
hey,
Doc.
I am a big advocate of shaved pussy. I really
Mm-mm.
don't enjoy swallowing the pubic hairs.
No, 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 no. No. If you knew how uncomfortable and horrible that was, you would never ask that of someone you care about.
Exactly.
Actually, I do know how uncomfortable it is because I have been completely shaved head to toe a couple of times. So
Yeah,
having it grow back on the testicles, I assume, is pretty much the same thing.
very similar, yes. Not
But
fun.
yeah, about the third day of it growing back, yeah, that will literally drive you nuts.
Yeah, and what if you have to do that like every other day
Yeah,
to keep from that from
yeah.
happening
Well,
there?
and that's why I don't expect a woman to do it, but I am very appreciative if she does.
It creeps me out a little bit too. It's like, why isn't that kind of like fondling a prepubescent female.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, I've heard
that
that
could be
before, and
normal.
I don't know if I go with that argument or not. I really don't.
Yeah, so
Um,
all around, I do think that the best solution is just to keep it well trimmed, and I am certainly willing to help with that if I'm in a relationship with someone.
yeah, I mean there is the statuary, etc., etc.
Bushwhacking.
Okay.
Oh yeah, well, bushwhacking reminds me of the time that I got kicked out of a luau for chasing the women in grass skirts with a weed whacker.
Oh,
Jeez.
terrible. Shame on you, Purple.
My ex used to keep it trimmed very short. It's probably if you're into the shave thing, what she did was probably the next best thing because you didn't get a
Yeah,
mouthful of pubes, and she was still comfortable in that it wasn't all itchy and everything as it grew out.
yeah, I think that is the best solution is just to keep it trimmed short.
Hmm.
You know,
I
for
don't
men
know.
or women, either way,
Yeah.
I
that's
remember being really, really excited to get the first one when I was a teenager. It's like, oh my god, I finally got a hair. I'm not shaving it off for nobody.
I do
Imagine you
remember
waited
that,
that
you know,
long.
as a boy in high school, you know, getting my first chest hair was, you know, that was supposed to be an accomplishment.
We used to rip them out.
Ouch.
If we saw a boy's chest hair, we always used to grab them and pull them out.
Ouch. That's
And I've
mean,
had that
Faye.
happen too. That I've had my chest waxed.
I don't think
Ouch.
any of my cousins had any chest hair until their adopted sister moved out and they stopped coming to visit grandma.
Oh.
Is there a
I mean,
connection there, or is that just coincidental?
Well, it was either me or her ripping out chest hair every time we
Okay.
saw them.
So bad.
no, I started growing secondary hair at I think 11. I was the brunt of a lot of jokes.
Oh dear. Yeah, that's young.
Yeah, I know. I had a very early puberty. I was well into puberty by the age of 8, and yeah, it just there were difficulties associated with that.
I would imagine. I
I mean,
remember
not
some
the
of the
least.
early bloomers in school got a lot of flack, so.
Yeah, I mean, not the least of them. Singing baritone at the age of 10.
I do know that when I had to shave my legs for the first time, I asked my mother if we could just douse me with gasoline and light it on fire so I'd have enough scar tissue so it wouldn't grow back.
Oh
Okay.
dear.
And she's like, it doesn't work that way, honey. Knowing your luck, you'd still get like patches of fur and it would be worse.
Yeah.
Uh,
Mm.
what you have to do
Several
is you
things I don't like to do. I don't like to shave and I don't like to trim my own nails. And if I could, I'd just have them removed.
Ouch.
I could just see though holding your legs over the gas range, like my babka used to singe the chickens.
Ooh.
I have tried that.
It didn't work too well, huh?
No. I did it with a candle too.
Eek. Hey, I don't want to hold that in any one place any too long.
Oh, I got good at it.
What the heck?
I set my arm hair on fire more than once working on gas ovens, but
I had a period of time that I had no eyebrows
Oh dear.
because I was trying to light a charcoal grill as a teenager, and
oops.
we didn't have any lighter fluid. So
Oh
I figured
God,
that kerosene
gasoline.
was a suitable
Oh
substitute.
no.
Oh,
Foof.
Yeah, yeah. So I had no eyebrows. They just kind of flaked off.
I'm so glad they grew back, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I know someone who doesn't have any body hair at all.
Oh,
Like no eyelashes, no hair, nothing.
oh
Just
dear.
no hair.
Oh my word.
Hmm.
There's a name for that, and I forget what it is, but I know what you're talking
Alopecia.
about.
Head to toe alopecia.
Yep.
Okay.
But it was because he was exposed to chemicals
Mhm.
and all his hair fell out and never grew back in.
And
Oh
what sort
wow.
of burned up the follicles?
No, it didn't burn it off. It messed with his body chemistry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Oh my.
It's crazy kitty time here.
Well, it's crazy kitty time here too because he's gonna go to bed.
The
Yeah.
little one's
Yep.
hiding.
It's
I don't know where the
time.
heck she is. Oh, wait a minute. There she is.
Personally, I would kind of like if I just had no body hair. It can get
That
in the
wouldn't
way
be
at
a.
times and it serves no actual purpose.
It wouldn't be that bad a thing, really. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would be fine if from the neck down I had no hair. And like I say, there are a couple of times I've done that intentionally, but maintaining it is a pain in the ass.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could do without the crappy facial hair. I mean, it grows much more slowly than it did years ago. Thanks to the HRT and thanks to age.
Yeah.
But it would be really nice to not have to worry about it at all.
I'd be fine without the facial hair too. I've tried to kill it several times, but it grows back too fast that maintaining it is just impossible for me.
Okay. I mean, I can
And
go.
yes, I've tried like waxing it and such, and it's like if I wax my face, it grows back before the swelling of the skin goes down.
Oh
Oh,
my
gee.
goodness. You're not supposed to have swelling.
Yeah. Well, that's a very tender skin.
Yeah, but if it's done properly, you don't get damage and swelling and stuff. So,
I'm lucky in the sense that as long as I'm not at close range, I can go a couple of days. If I'm just on air, where the facial hair is light enough, the camera doesn't pick it up, and I can get away with maybe 3 days
Yeah.
sometimes.
See,
But
that
if
doesn't work for me. For me, it's a matter of hours because I have the Finnish skin and the Polish beard.
uh,
yeah,
So yeah, for me, it's like 5, 6 hours after I've shaved, you can see a shadow coming through already.
oh dear.
reminds me of a line from the Munsters when Eddie was growing a beard. It went from one of Grandpa's experiments or something. Something about he has a 5 o'clock shadow at 9 a.m.
Yeah, and Randolph, yes, ear hair has a purpose, and I do understand how, hair around the orifice have some functional use. Oh dear,
Depends
we've
on
got
the
fifth
orifice.
person in the chat, and I didn't notice. Oh, hi, Jen. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were down there. I hope you haven't been there very long.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't mind being on the bottom.
Hey, you.
Hi, Jen.
Hi,
Now,
Hello.
nice
yeah, I
day.
I forgot to set it. Pirate Kitty was telling me that somewhere in here there's a setting that it
Yes,
can make an
yes.
audible tone.
Go down to
Oh,
your little gear down there, your settings gear, and click on that, and then click on guests.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Thank you.
did you
You're
found it
welcome.
him?
Yeah,
Okay.
I,
Yeah, it'll
I
go ding
found it
ding.
now. Yeah, that should definitely be set on so I'm aware when somebody else comes in.
Mm.
I feel horrible when I notice that somebody's been there and I don't know how long they've been waiting for me.
Well, Jen's only been there since Tuesday. right,
Hi,
Jen?
Jen.
Hi, Perp.
I'm I'm sorry that you felt you got left out of a few things. I apparently you were not part of the marathon group, and I thought you were in there. So
Um,
apparently you missed several of the links.
water over the dam. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna take off and go to bed.
Okay, Faye, always great to have you here.
Good
3 o'clock. So
And yeah, just especially when we get to talking about the writing, I just always appreciate your input.
thank you. We'll talk soon.
Bye, sweetie.
Yep.
Night.
Take
Bye
care,
bye.
baby. Be good.
Somebody say
Yes, the
something.
night fae are the ones you have to be aware. You have to be very wary about. Oh, I can't remember who the author of that series was that basically coined the term of the fae in popular literature. Of the fae being these spirits who would come around and yeah, generally not very nice to humans in general.
Oh,
Well, humans
So yeah,
do that.
people had to have all sorts of like you know amulets and idols to protect them from the fae entering their places. Were you saying
okay.
something, Jen?
No, just that humans kind of deserve getting. Sometimes the way we wreck stuff and treat the planet bad and all that kind of stuff. We deserve
Yeah,
what.
and that's the series I'm thinking about was a science fiction book.
Ooh.
And basically, that was the idea that the humans had settled this planet, and these spirits just weren't very happy with the idea that humans were there on their planet.
Oh, geez, there was a hotel fire in Minneapolis.
Oh, which
200
hotel?
people. Oh,
So, Jen, we had started out with the question of what is the best or worst present you have ever received?
all right, all right. The worst present I've ever received since we began this 32 hours ago when we talked about the best present. Tell you about the worst present. Um, in early October, I came out to my parents long time ago, and that December, I mean, between those few months, they began to see certain changes in me and stuff. So it was clear that I wasn't just, feeding them work; it was really happening. And that Christmas, they decided that I needed to own a three-piece suit.
Oh my goodness. Oh
Mm.
wow.
That's
Okay,
pretty much
honey.
the worst.
The hotel fire in Minneapolis appears to be the Francis Drake Hotel. If you're familiar with that one at all,
I've heard of it, but I don't actually even know where it's located.
somewhere downtown.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that one has no particular connection to me.
Okay.
I'm curious how you reacted to that, Jen.
Um, Tradition in my family was that you would be very proper and dignified and say thank you very much, and then curse a blue streak after you're alone.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, and then get the cash and buy a dress.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So that's what I did.
The
It
worst
was
present I ever received was growing up I absolutely loved turtles. I loved studying them. I had pet turtles. I loved watching the documentaries about sea turtles. I just loved everything about them and thought they were such incredible creatures. And by some demented logic that I can still never understand, one of my sisters decided to give me a can of turtle soup.
Oh
Oh
no.
my.
Oh,
And I still to
messed
this day
up.
cannot understand why she thought that was something that I would want.
That sounds
That's
like some
great.
true sibling shit right there.
Yeah. Well, and also to this day, I kind of question if she's got something a bit wrong in the head. But
Well, if you like turtles,
I
maybe you
have
like
one
turtle
sister
soup.
and one brother that I think each have something a little wrong in the head that is not due to alcoholism. My in my brother's case, I think it's because he was dropped on his head too many times. Well, because he was the third brother in the line, I'm the fourth one. And I was much better at hiding than he was. So when the two oldest brothers came up with a carnival ride, he was usually the test pilot. Because when I saw them building something, I knew to hide, and they'd stick him in it and push it off, whatever.
Jeez.
And I honestly think that has had something to do with his mental development. This is the same one that after watching Mary Poppins, one of the older brothers convinced him to jump off the roof with an umbrella.
Oh, jeez. Uh, which I take it went very well for your brother.
Surprisingly, he did not go to the hospital, but other than that, yes.
Like Bugs Bunny.
And any arrangement like that where you don't go to the hospital, yeah, that's a win.
Yeah. And that's why like the movies like Dumbass I never got because it's like I lived through this shit as a kid. I don't know why anyone finds this funny.
Yeah. And then do you want to? I know they weren't called this, but the America's Stupidest Home Videos or whatever it is, where you have the things that people think are funny, so you get other people arranging this sort of thing and getting people hurt while they're doing it.
Yes.
Not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. No.
And for decades I kept telling everyone I knew, if you ever see anything that might get me on America's Funniest Videos, put down the fucking camera and help me.
Yes. Hmm.
Right. The first one I remember was the lady stuck in the dishwasher, and her husband's filming her. I think she won the first episode or something with being stuck in the dishwasher.
Yeah.
And he's filming it and messing with her and like pulling on her legs and stuff.
Well, and it's like I watched all these things, and it's like, okay, you're still in a relationship with this person after this?
Yeah,
Well,
I
I'm
think that would have
wondering.
been kind of the end of it for me.
Yeah. Did the prize money pay for the divorce lawyer?
Right?
Yeah.
I'm going to kill you if I ever get out of here.
Doctor. Okay. Um. There we go. Doc Pearson on the best and worst Christmas presents.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my goodness.
Didn't Dan Aykroyd do a commercial for broken glass as a toy?
Oh yeah, that's an old SNL skit.
I vaguely remember that.
That's one of those they rerun on their Christmas special every year. I just saw that recently.
Uh, I haven't watched it too often recently.
It's him and Jane Curtin, and she's like
Mhm.
interviewing him. He's the CEO of this company that's putting out these horrible, dangerous toys. One of them is a bag of glass.
Yeah, that's you know, I have a very selective thing about like the America's Funniest Videos that if you set somebody up for it, it is not funny. If the pain is self inflicted because you were doing something obviously stupid, that I will laugh at.
I think that particular show was more careful about picking um, accidental stuff, like not necessarily. Like you can find people who are dropping heavy things on their balls on purpose and stuff now. I don't
Yeah,
remember ever seeing that on their show.
it depended on which season.
Yeah.
The screeners changed from season to season, and sometimes it was more masochistic.
Yeah, if you want to see really stupid stuff, Ridiculousness is a good show for that. That's people trying to get hurt a lot of times.
Orla makes a good point.
Okay. I'm not touching that.
I'm sorry. I have to admit, yeah, that the cannibal jokes, I can indulge that. I don't know why I've always had a weird fascination with cannibalism, probably from watching, too many of the old National Geographic things, but and in most cases it turned out that yeah, that was a myth and those tribes never did it, but still,
Right.
it's like I was kind of brought up with that stuff.
When you could get actual shrunken heads.
Yeah. I've seen those before. They're creepy.
Yeah. Actually, Chucky Nubbins, the one I always liked best was the world's dumbest criminals.
Yeah, those are usually pretty good.
Yeah, the people who manage to just screw up in the force of in the you know instance of doing something they know they shouldn't be doing in the first place. Like the guy who like brings in a baseball bat to try and hold up a convenience store, and the clerk pulls out a gun.
Yeah. I like the ones that try to open the door the wrong way. It's just like you
Oh,
pushed it
purple.
when you came in, so pull it trying to get out, stupid. You know?
That's a show that my fiance and I used to watch together a lot, and that was fun. And it's like what one of the ones I remember about is it's like they never had any shortage of clips of people thinking they were going to put a chain around an ATM machine and drive away with it,
Right.
and most of the times wound up ripping off their bumper.
Yeah.
Or got caught because
Take
they
it.
didn't know that the machine has a GPS chip.
Yeah. Well, and once you take the
Hey,
machine,
Purple.
you got to figure out how to get inside that sucker too. Like they don't.
Actually, there was an incident in St. Paul where they managed to get away with an ATM machine, and they found it in somebody's garage like 3 days later, and they still hadn't managed to open it up. Sorry, Jen, you were asking a question?
ATM machine to a shop with proper tools. You're not going to be kept out of that thing very long.
um,
It's you just
Yeah.
got to use the right tools.
Oh, I'd
Hey,
agree.
Perp, I
And
want to ask you.
something my
So,
grandfather always said was that locks keep honest people honest.
yeah.
For anyone who really wants to get into something, the best it's going to do is slow them down a little bit.
Yeah. You had a question for Purple, you said, Jim? I caught that part of it.
Yeah, I
Your
can't tell
mic
if I'm.
keeps cutting in and out on me.
Can you hear me? Testing 1 2.
Yeah,
Yep.
I hear you.
Okay. Purple. 2019 has been quite the year for you. The beginning of the year, people hardly knew who the hell you were, and now here you are, having put together this 32-hour marathon with respect and adulation from everybody. How's it been for you this year?
Yeah, well, with as little content as I've actually feel I've put on my channel, mostly I've just been doing the live streams. I'm actually surprised that so many people have heard of me. And I'm actually surprised that I've got over 250 subscribers.
Really? Very good.
Doing good.
Yeah,
Well,
and
I'm proud of you.
I I'd like to put out more edited content, but quite frankly, my biggest problem is motivation. It's like when I have the time to do it is usually when I feel I have to unwind after dealing with people. So it's like having the time and the energy at the same moment is really hard to synchronize.
Yeah.
Well, I think some of the best content on YouTube is coming out of the upper Midwest. And I think you're part of that.
I really appreciate you saying that. And it's like, the edited videos, I know I can tell a good story. I'm still not very good with the visuals. That basically all I can do is slideshows the stuff that I drag down off the internet. So I've got to see what I can do about the visual effects.
Well, there's some people who know more about this stuff than we do. Um, who seem to know ways to use Zoom between multiple people. Um, and therefore brings the cost way down.
Oh, yeah. And, well, and other people have helped me a lot. Cirrus is the one who taught me how to use the filters in Audacity so that I could at least get decent sound out of it.
Yeah.
And Jim from Atheist Edge helped me a lot with figuring out the problems with my microphone.
Well, Purple Honey, you've had me 2 hours. I've got to go to bed.
Oh, yeah, we have been running about 2 hours, over 2 hours here. So, okay,
Yeah,
well,
I
thank
don't
you.
know.
Yeah, I know you've got kids to watch in the morning, so you have to get some rest.
I do,
I
and if
don't know
I
if you
don't
have
go to
to.
bed soon, I will have undone all the good catch-up sleep I got today.
Oops,
Right.
that would not
Yep.
be good. And do
Okay.
you still
Rest
have to
well,
short?
friend.
Do I still have
Take
the
care,
what?
Ann.
And do you still have to keep your program short, hon, or this close to the end of the month? Do you even care?
What?
Are you talking to me or Purple?
Purple. Do
Oh,
you have to still run your program short, or at this end of the month? Does it even matter?
No, actually, because of running this Christmas thing, I went and I got extra hours on stream for this month.
Oh, okay, okay.
So yeah, at this point, I've got more hours than I can use up before the end of the month.
Oh, okay.
all right. Bye, everybody.
Yep. Yeah, so we
Good
can
night.
let this run as long as people are willing to keep talking.
And my dear, you take care. Oh my, oh my. Okay, and then there were three.
Hey,
Yeah,
Dinah,
Robert
I was
X was
talking.
asking me about. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jen.
I was talking with one of my friends on trans Twitter, and she's in the process of coming out to her family, specifically her kids. Um, and she was wondering if anybody knew of that content, because one of her kids is a real YouTube fan. And I couldn't think anything specifically about being a kid and having a parent come out or anything like that. But I thought maybe that's something that you and I could tackle as a topic sometime.
Oh my!
Any
This is
Yeah.
this is amazing. Randolph is always a font of information, a font of new things to learn. I had no idea that circumference invented King Arthur's Round Table.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah,
I know,
Jen
I
had
know.
a good serious question there about, young people coming out.
Okay, I didn't know if you'd finish that one or not. It's kind of hard to hear Jen,
Yeah, but
and I know that it's not your fault, but
oh no, let's improve it.
well, the whole thing about the kids coming out, a lot depends upon the non-kids that these kids have to deal with.
yeah, it is a problem because there's so many variables. The
And
whole family dynamic you have to know a lot of information about to really give them a
you know,
good advice.
given my history, I'm not necessarily the right person to come to as far as advice goes. I mean, I'm the one who will say, in all seriousness, be prepared to run. Because, when you submit and when you deal with it and deal with it and you wait and you wait and you lose everything and lose opportunities, what worse can happen to you by running away?
Well, it's the problem of keeping it in or ending up homeless. So yeah, those are very difficult options to choose between.
Because I mean, I stayed put. I was afraid of destitution. I was afraid of
No, no, no. We're
homelessness.
talking. No, no. Whoa, hold it. You got this wrong. We're talking about kids whose parent comes out.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
I
I am
didn't hear
so
you
sorry. I got
properly.
it backwards. I got it backwards.
Yep.
I am so sorry.
Yeah,
Um,
that you got generally a stable home environment, but now you've got a couple kids who are maybe 7, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, and the parent is coming out as trans.
I'm trying to think about this. Is there the possibility that you've got a better time of it with the kids? Um, because the kids haven't necessarily learned how to be bigoted yet, especially if they're young enough.
yeah, I can't speak to the trans issues, but I did go through that with my ex, but we were always very out and open with the kids about me being bisexual and about us being polyamorous, and just that, we just treated that as being a normal thing. And her kids were 4 and 11 when I moved in with her. So
Okay, do you
her
have
her
any?
older daughter got a little freaked out about it.
I was going to ask.
Actually, her older daughter had the problem of when she got into that stage of wanting to rebel. She had trouble finding anything, so she had to become a Republican. Yeah, that lasted almost a year.
It'll show them, right?
Yeah, and 2 years after that, then she came out as being a lesbian. So just that she had given up on boys and decided to have a relationship with her best friend instead.
Okay.
As far as I
There
know, they're
was there
still
was
living
this
together.
there was this very sweet conversation I heard about. One of the trans women shared with us that happened to her over the last couple of days. She was driving a couple of the kids, or one of the kids and the kid's friend, and they're in the back seat and they're talking and stuff. And one says to the others, um, "Your your mom is transgender. What does that mean?" And the kid says, "Oh, I don't know exactly. I think it means that she's a special woman."
Okay.
That's how the kid took all the explanations. It means that she's special. I think that's just so wonderful. And the other kid just accepted it. Just, oh, okay, and that was it. It was the end of the conversation. I think that's one of the neat things about kids is that they can just be so mad.
Mm-hmm. It would be nice if it could all be, that easy. Um, it's when you get the people who have learned how to be bigots, and then find people like us. Somebody's sending a text message to Mars.
No, Robert X was asking me about the historical pieces, and I would like to get into doing more of that, but yeah, those require research, so they take more time.
Oh yeah.
Especially because
which topic
Robert
I
X
missed?
will call me on it, so I have to double my fact checking.
What topic?
Uh, the historical pieces I've done, mostly about World War II.
Mm.
Actually, what I would like to explore is I'd like to hear some of the hero stories from the other side. That as
Yeah.
soon as you say Nazi, everybody assumes that they're all horrible people. But, for the average guy on the front lines, they didn't want to be there either. So I'm
Hmm.
sure that there had to be some heroic acts by, people on the German front lines who did things to, save their comrades.
Hey,
Hey, Richard,
It's
Richard.
Richard.
nice of you to drop in with us.
I'm glad I could finally make it. Got the kids to sleep and had lots of good time with family, and now I have time for family online.
Yep. Well, that's what I've been saying is that I would rather spend my time with my friends online than with my actual biological family.
Oh yeah, I heard that. That's too bad. Things don't always work out.
Well, and like I say, the problem is that I know they mean well, they just don't get it.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it's a
wait.
big problem. This demand for this expectation that everyone will conform,
Yeah.
and then using all kinds of manipulative tactics to get people to conform, and then when they don't, to vilify them. It's such a divisive thing. It's one of the big problems I see with religion in
Well,
particular.
and it is, and especially in my case, because as I've mentioned, that my eldest brother falls somewhere on the scale between fanatic and zealot, and just doesn't get that, why I would turn away from the Bible. And it's just something he simply cannot comprehend. There is no way I could explain this to him.
Yeah, turn away kind of has it almost has an implication buried in it that it's something that's there by default. It's just further to the vilification, to how insidious it is.
Yeah, I actually haven't even bothered to tell my family that I'm an atheist because over 25 years, they never dealt with the idea that I was a pagan. So it seemed kind of pointless.
Well, yeah, it doesn't help to stoke the fires. You ultimately you want to have a better relationship with your family over time if that's possible. So, what's the point? It's like you're looking for trouble if you do it in a way, I guess.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't think it would make anything any better or any worse, but I just don't see them understanding it any better.
Yeah.
So it seems like it would just be a waste of time to try
Yeah.
and explain it.
I don't know. Would it work to frame it the way Hitchens framed it to? I think it was David Wolpe. At one point, he asked, "Would you rather, if you had the choice, I am being born, would you rather have me born a Wahhabi Muslim or an atheist? You know, one of those. See where that takes you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, more rejection, I suppose.
Oh, yoy. Oh, please excuse me, running out of it. Yeah.
I'm
Gas
going
tank
to.
is finally showing empty.
Yeah,
I'm gonna-
that's what you get for going to decaf.
This is the real thing. I switched back, number one, hoping that it would help to reduce the appetite a little bit. No, it hasn't. And number two, because it's cheaper. This stuff is about half the price of the decaf.
I didn't realize the price difference was actually that big.
It's not quite half, but it's close. A container of this stuff is about $5. It's a bit less than five, say about $4.75 or something like that. And the decaf of the same size is about $9.
Oh, your coffee addictions, eh?
Yeah, I knew that the decaf was a smaller container, but I thought it was only, like a few ounces. I didn't realize there's that big of a difference.
Heck, even Santa Claus isn't addicted to coffee, as far as I know. It's milk and cookies for him all the way.
Yeah, reindeer
Yeah,
milk.
Randall's sharing something with us here.
This is an old one. I'm sure many people have seen it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very basic to the point.
Yeah. Yeah, I find in Christmas time, people do ask me about, oh, you're an atheist. Do you celebrate Christmas? This question comes up a lot, and it's a lot more than the vilification does. And I just say, well, I just tell people it's a secular tradition, but I say, I celebrate what we like. We're here in Canada. We're free to do this. If you guys, Lavender Lady and Purple Rhymes, have you been encountered this question? I'm sure you have. Or how do you handle it?
I have not encountered the question as much as I have been told, especially by a certain couple people. You don't believe in God, you don't celebrate Christmas.
Oh, they actually tell you. Okay, maybe things are different here in Canada. So,
well, no, these are a couple pieces of shit. You should be very happy you never got a chance to meet them.
Well, as a pagan, I had changed to just Blessed Yule, which no one took any notice of.
Yeah, I mean, what I'll do is I'll rotate holidays. In the shopping line a day or two ago, somebody said Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah, because I think it was the second or third night of Hanukkah. Let's get them all in there. Why not?
yeah.
Other than that, it's often Happy Holidays or Good Yule, or I'll come up with a few of them. And if anyone asks whether I celebrate Christmas, and there are very few people who have, it'll be it's the spirit
Look at your shirt.
of say again.
It'll be you'll tell them to look at your shirt if you happen to be wearing this shirt.
Yeah, it's just a spirit, the gift giving, the whole thing, just like the holidays from which these traditions came.
It's a lot of things. Yeah.
I saw this at Squall Mart, and I just had to get it because
Squall Mart.
this year has been not as bad as I feared it might be, but still, the spirit's just not there.
Your comment.
Honestly, when Jeff died, it kicked a lot out of me.
Yeah. Well, we lose friends in our lifetimes, and some of them it's just really hard to let go of because they mean so much to us.
I hope things will be better this time
Yeah.
next year if I live that long. We'll
Well,
see.
and unfortunately, it is a problem as we get older. It's likely to happen more often.
Yeah.
Well, I can remember older relatives going to their funerals when I was very young. I just think that maybe nowadays people are more open about talking about all of these things.
Yeah. Well,
And
I'm.
as each generation gets older, people are more and more willing to talk about it. So it may seem that there's more of it happening as we get older. I
Well,
think
I'm faced with the realism that between being the youngest in my family and the fact that I've, avoided becoming an alcoholic and many of the other things that have done in many of my uncles and aunts, that I'm probably going to outlive everyone I know. And that is kind of depressing.
Well, the shame of it is I'm managing to do it. It's sad.
well, I think it's part of life that someday our time will come. But in the
Yeah.
meantime, we will see people who we've gotten to know who are roughly our age group are more likely
There's
to
the
pass away
thing.
before the younger ones. I
As they
really
get
like. I really found it interesting a point you made, Diana, about how people are telling you what you believe rather than asking you. It remind, it reminded me of something I think would serve as an interesting parallel. I have a friend a couple of years ago. We were visiting, and I was. He works at one of the local phone companies here. I asked him because he's from Taiwan. What does he think about Taiwan? In his opinion, is it part of China or is it a sovereign nation? And his immediate response to me was that I'm the first person to ask him instead of telling him. So it's when you're saying
Isn't it
people
something?
tell you that, it reminded me of that situation, and uh, yeah, it's funny. He has people, even some coworkers, told him what they think it is, either one way or the other, and then when he disagrees, he says it actually makes him very angry because
Yes, it should. Yeah.
yeah, and so I think because he's got his view. I know people from Taiwan, some who think one and others who think the other, and there is disagreement among people living there. So which one's right? I get different answers from people, and so I think this is something that would really help, is if people were like asking instead of saying this is what you are, like what you've experienced, because that's not really a nice thing for you to go through, and
Well,
because
I,
then you
I get it. I get it from the religionists of one stripe or another,
yeah.
and it's always in an accusatory tone.
Oh, gee,
What
yeah,
they're
like it's something
basically
bad.
doing is telling me I'm a heathen, and oh, yeah, I knew that.
They're telling you
I
that they
fit the
don't approve.
definition. Of course, I'm a heathen.
Yeah,
Um, hmm,
They're telling you they don't approve,
yeah,
as if
absolutely,
they're
absolutely.
as if their opinion is that important.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I think when somebody's doing something that's vilifying just opinion like that, their opinion really isn't important. Like,
Right.
yeah.
if their opinion is qualified by their experience and their training and their education and whatnot, and they're an expert in the field, then yeah, their opinion matters, maybe.
And
But
that was
this
one
kind
of
of
the
stuff
things
is
I
nonsense.
learned while being a pagan, that, it's just, I can't describe the reaction when somebody called me a heathen and I didn't get offended by it. That they had no way to respond after that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do find I like to use the gentle approach like that too. I find it gets a lot further in the conversations with people. Like a very disarming way is, why do you think that, or how did you come to that conclusion? I'd like to learn more. This kind of thing tends to work very well for diffusing what could turn into a nasty
Yeah.
back and forth.
But I mean, by every definition of heathen, yes, that describes my lifestyle.
But do you want to be called that publicly? That's a different matter.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
It's like Especially like when I was living in Minnesota. They called me a heathen, and it's like, okay, yes, I drink. I belong to a swingers club that my partner and I have sex with a bunch of other people. Yeah, we're heathens. What of it?
Yeah.
It's an interesting definition. I looked up. I typed into the search bar define heathen, and we have a person who does not belong to a widely held religion, especially one who is not Christian, Jew, or Muslim, as regarded by those who do. And I love that qualifier in there. So the whole, by this definition, heathen is a matter of opinion.
Okay, so I'm just looking up, and I'm just doing this to be complete. To be more extensive, I've looked up the Urban Dictionary's definition here. This one's always usually really good.
Okay.
Here it says, heathen, oftentimes used as an insult by Christians against people who don't worship their God. And this is what we talked about at the beginning with them making there's a hidden vilification in there, the disapproval and all this kind of thing. They tend to confuse atheism, paganism, and heathenism. Boy, I tell you, this dictionary is accurate. This Urban Dictionary is doing well here. Atheism is, of course, a lack of belief in any gods. Paganism is an umbrella term for many polytheistic, non-Abrahamic religions. So far, they seem to be on the right track. Whereas a heathen is one who practices the pre-Christian religion of the ancient Germanic people. They worship the Germanic and Norse gods and goddess. And it goes on about heathens are hard polytheists, etc. So I think that first paragraph, mostly, they seem to get right in the first few sentences, everything right, including the definition of atheism. They got it all right on, and I like this. And it's consistent with what you found, Diana, I think.
Well, and that's why I've really embraced the term heathen. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, at its worst, they described heathen as like, you know, someone who engages in pleasures of the flesh with no regard for Bible morality.
Well, I guess I certainly would fit into that category too, as I'm happily married. But
Yeah.
it's not something that I really put much emphasis on, the term heathen, because I've often just regarded it as more as slang than something to take seriously.
Well,
But
and I do believe that most of the people who try to use it as an insult do not really know the definition.
I think that's probably true. They know the slang.
Mhm.
One of the slangs. There's probably multiple slang meanings.
They just know it's supposed to be a slur, but they don't really know what it means.
Yeah,
You know,
I
and
think,
it's like the long and short of it is a heathen who's somebody who's not hung up on the Bible and just goes out and has fun.
yeah. There's something called heathenism, as I believe, or no, I'm thinking hedonism. So hedonists.
Yeah,
It sounds
well,
like
that's the person who appreciates the earthly pleasures. Yes,
to put it very diplomatically. Yes,
yes.
they tend to be very, very satisfied with their life type of people, from my understanding, and rightly so, given what that seems to entail. Yeah, I just I think when these people are coming along and trying to be insulting, I wonder about their personal character. Like, what is it that they're hoping to achieve by doing that? You know, so what? You offend somebody, you make them angry. Now what? What's next? What is it you want to accomplish here?
Yeah, you're certainly not going to change my mind if you succeed in angering me, which you're not going to do. You know, you call me you call me heathen, or you call me godless, or whatever. It all fits.
Mhm.
So, you know, why worry about it?
See, I have a telemarketer called me a couple of weeks ago, and I get these calls, and rarely I answer them, but once in a while, for fun, I will. And this guy, he tells me that my website looks terrible, and he's got all this awful things to say about this. And so I finally, after he finished his spiel, I asked him, so if you're selling me all this stuff, why do you think that insults are going to work? Why do you think that's going to be an effective sales tactic? Well, that ended up wasting another 5 minutes of his time going back and forth on that, and he finally got frustrated and hung up. He got mad at me because I wasn't letting him get away without answering that question properly. So
Well, and that's, it's so incredibly disarming to people when they throw an insult at you and you don't react to it the way they expect you to.
Yeah.
yeah, they're trying to provoke, and it's not working.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're wondering if they've communicated it clearly. Other times they're confused in other ways. What? Am I right? What? And then
Yeah,
to that, you thought you were wrong. Why did you say it?
There's the sycophant of S.J. Thomason that I was arguing with a couple of days ago, and this guy just couldn't get it through his thick skull that I did not accept his premise that his book was the end all be all. So the conversation could not proceed from there at all. It just like the other stalling points.
Yeah.
Of which you speak.
Well, and like we're going in the side chat here that, Omega Nuts was asking, since when can the Bible be used for morality? And that's my standard response, that if you've never ordered a genocide, you're more moral than the God of the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah, not that I haven't occasionally thought wished I could order a genocide, but it doesn't happen very often, and I don't think I'd go ahead with it.
No, you wouldn't really
just
do
too
it.
busy.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be my running mate. I wouldn't accept that.
There you go. Yeah. It's
What are
just
you
too
running
busy,
for?
Really.
Well, actually, I'm not running, but MathPig is running me for president for 2020.
Wow.
He didn't ask me about this, but MathPig keeps promoting this.
You
So I've picked Diana as my running mate with the idea that, I can just do irrelevant things and be a distraction, and Diana can work behind the scenes and actually get something done.
See, I would gladly vote for you and vote often, except that I'm not Russian.
There you go. There you
Yep.
go.
Why that election? Are you? Is he seriously doing that?
He keeps throwing it in the side chats. And,
Just for
nobody's
fun.
taking it seriously.
It'd be pretty expensive to run for president. You need to have the backing of a party too, because it's so party.
That's the thing. In the U.S., if you don't have a backing of one of the two major parties, you really can't.
Well, Kate tells me that she has been told that there are a couple of write-in votes out there for her as president.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. I
Which is,
wouldn't even question with Kate if it wound up being up to a couple thousand.
Kate is Bionic Dance, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, she'd be great as president. They could have an animated flag, and they could put stuff on the moon. I'm sure she'd do all kinds of great stuff.
Oh, you know that she would give NASA 10 times their budget.
Which would still be a drop in the bucket for taxpayers.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be a space farce either. God damn.
Yeah. Actually, when I lived in
Randolph.
St. Paul, I had considered the idea of running for city council, just because I thought it would be fun to see what the reporters would do with a candidate who didn't try to deny anything.
They'd be bored.
Except I was then faced with the idea that what would happen if I actually won and they expected me to do the job?
Oh, I'm sure you'd rise to the call and do the best you could do. I can see that in you. I think you're that type of person.
I'd do it if I had to, but it would seem like a lot of work.
If you got voted in, then you'd have to.
But I was thinking of, the reporters coming up with things about, that they found pictures on the internet of you having sex with another man. What does your wife think about this? And I was like, who do you think took the pictures?
Oh, the controversy. Oh, they would love that. The press would love that. Oh, yeah. And you'd be talked about so much that... And one funny thing I've noticed happens with elections, when a person's name is more well-known, then more people vote for them. If they're more recognizable.
Yeah.
And I don't see that there's a recognizable face coming out of the Democrats right now. But the Republicans are pushing that angle. So, and then they've got Paula White working behind the scenes, going to all the different churches and preaching. If you don't vote for Trump, then you're voting against God. So she's getting people riled up. So
It
it's
is a
not looking
problem
good
the
for our
Democrats
future.
have that if they don't back Bernie Sanders, which they are not willing to do,
Hmm.
they don't have anyone that's really known on a national level.
Yeah, I guess Bernie and Biden both would be kind of known, right?
Well, Biden is known, but nobody cares.
Mhm.
And it's not even that people dislike Biden, it's literally that nobody cares about anything Biden has to say.
And I think the Republicans, by putting the spotlight onto Biden, takes the spotlight away from others. They have quite a lot of influence and control
Oh, yeah.
in the mass media, it seems. And like, there's a Chinese fellow named Yang. His name
Yep.
seems to come up a lot.
Yeah,
And then there's
the
others.
Republicans would love for the Democrats to run Biden
Yeah,
because it's like he would get a lackluster response that would get a lot of
Yeah.
people deciding it's not worth getting out to vote. It's not worth even bothering.
Yeah,
I do
Biden
And
hope-
that's exactly
definitely
what the
hold door open.
Republicans need.
I do hope that the Democrats are really being silent, mainly because they're strategizing.
Oh, please, you give them too much credit.
I hope so, but the Democrats have a long history of self-destructing.
Yeah,
And I keep saying about this election that the Republicans cannot win the presidential election, but the Democrats can easily lose.
yeah, and they don't have the backing of
Yeah.
religious institutions, which makes it really hard work for them to get a lot more
Well,
votes.
and that's what I mean. It's that with the
Yeah.
religious institutions, it doesn't matter who the Republicans run. They will get about the same amount of vote regardless of who their candidate is.
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
So it's
the-
just a
the-
question of if the Democrats can put forth a candidate that gets a lot of people who normally would not bother to vote to show up and vote. That's what's
Okay.
going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah, the Republicans have the advantage, if you will, of living the, well, as the Democrats call it, vote blue no matter who. The Republicans don't care, as you say, who that name is, who that person is. All they know is that that's the party their pastor is telling them to vote for.
Yeah.
Now, if we had something like that, I don't know if it would be any better for us, because I mean we would be just like them. But being who we are fractioned, and it works to our disadvantage.
yeah.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. I like Robert X there. Yeah.
Although I think he's too kind, I think she'd have him beheaded.
William Shatner, poor William Shatner. You know, Picard might stop him. Might stop that.
Yeah. Kate
find
has
a
a
way.
personal grudge against William Shatner that she refuses to actually explain.
Oh, okay.
You know, I don't quite get it. I mean, I can understand reasons for hating him as an actor,
Yeah.
but I don't quite get why she thinks he's pure evil.
Hmm.
No idea. She's never explained it to me. So
You know, with every actor and actress out there, I think there's always detractors. It's just so many people. Yeah.
Well, William Shatner is an interesting kind of case study in that. It was actually at a science fiction convention, you know, like 20 years after the show had wrapped up, that they had the whole original cast there.
Wow.
And somebody asked him about his overacting, and he was genuinely shocked by the question.
Sure.
And like afterwards, he asked the rest of the cast, and they were like,
Yep.
yeah, you didn't realize this all along?
I don't really have a problem with his acting. He's got the Shakespearean thing going on, I guess. But
Yeah. Well,
you know,
and it
okay
was
at the
good
time.
that he did internalize that, and it's like if you see him in TV roles after that, he did internalize that, and he made a joke out of it himself once he realized it.
Okay.
But apparently, for 20 years, he was never aware of it.
Hmm. Okay. I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah.
I really
Well,
don't
as
see a
long as
problem
he
with
owned it after the fact, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Yeah, his reaction is, "Oh, okay." He accepted it and made a joke. All right, so sounds like he's not having a problem with it either.
Yeah.
Actually, that the greatest coming out story I know of is when I was with the woman I lived with for 12 years, and her best friend came out to her and his sister and said that he was gay, and both of them were like, "You didn't know that?" It's like everybody around it realized it years before he did it.
Wow. Oh, here's a Christmas card. This is by a fellow named Andy Stout, and
Oh, I know Andy. Yeah.
Oh,
he's got such a wonderful drawing style, and he makes these neat cards. And I'm thinking, it'd be nice that we can feature some of his art on this whole show. So this is great.
oh yeah, that's cool. Does he have
That's
a
a fun one.
website or something that we can link to?
Yeah, atheistcards.com. It's right there on this picture here.
Okay, can you drop the website in the side chat for people?
Yeah, not a problem. I'll do that right now.
Yeah, I'll have to check out more of his stuff afterwards. Yeah,
Yeah, there are
obviously
quite a
for
few.
my channel, I could use an artist for a lot of things. I just can't afford to pay anyone to do it. So,
Yeah,
it's like I'm not asking because I don't have anything to offer.
I like
Yeah, I
his
know the
drawing
feeling.
style. It's very pleasing to look at, and
Yeah,
yeah, it's very nice. It's very, and this one's just lovely. They draw all these characters. They look so happy. It's very good. So
Yeah, from what I've seen, there are a reasonable number of people in the Twitterverse who don't like Andy for one reason or another. I really don't get it.
I don't have any problem with him. It's like anything. Maybe there's some opinion he's put out that somebody doesn't agree with, and
yeah.
that's how it started. That stuff
More or
happens.
less,
Yeah, Orla's saying that they need to make it easier to vote, that she remembers a case in a certain state in the U.S. where making it so you couldn't vote if you just had a P.O. box and not a street address. That was actually in North Dakota, and yeah, by doing that, they basically prevented everyone from living on the Native American reservation from voting because on the reservation the streets did not have names.
So one of the things we have here in Canada, it's a government department called Elections Canada, and they are charged with making sure that the elections are made available to everybody as much as possible, consistent with our charter of freedoms that indicates that solidifies it, that everybody is equal under the law, everybody has equal access to the justice system, and everybody has a right to vote. Every citizen, anyway, and and so they're mandated with making sure that there is fair and equal access and impartial access to the voting. And from what I've learned about the U.S. over the years is that they don't have an equivalent department. It's up to each state to manage the federal elections.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
that
each
is a
state
problem.
individually sets a lot of standards for the federal elections.
Yeah. Now, when I was talking with Josh Brister a while ago, it's on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Randolph Richardson, just like how you see my name spelled here. They with the F, it's rather than PH. He near the end of the whole debate/conversation, we talked about this, and I asked them what they think of it. Their immediate reaction: he's a Christian. He's kind of he's an apologetics person, so he's very very strongly entrenched in this. He's got strong views on it. His immediate reaction is that he wouldn't trust the government to run elections.
Yeah.
Or something along those lines. And I've come across this attitude from other people who seem to be definitely favoring the Republican side of things. And this seems to be consistent with their idea of small government. And they see this, I think, as something to make it a big government. But instead of coming out and saying directly that this just contributes to making a bigger government, they'll come up with other reasons and sidestep it somehow, because I guess maybe they're embarrassed by that idea. I'm not sure.
Mhm.
And they'll just say they don't trust Americans to do this properly. It's like, wow, you're living with all these people in your country. You're supposed to be working together to make life better somehow, even if it's as simple as just by paying taxes. And yet you don't trust your neighbors. And this, to me, it seems like a foreign attitude, because we don't really encounter this too much here, at least in Western Canada. People generally are okay with going along with things.
I have to admit that I don't trust the American electorate. I mean, look what they've elected.
Oh, yeah.
Not
No, I'm
just
not talking
this
about.
last time around. There's been a long lead up to this.
But I'm not talking about the electorate. I'm talking about somebody in a government, federal government department. You have a department of people who are charged with running this thing. And see, my experience here in
Well, they're
Canada
coming out of the
is
same pool of humanity, if you want to call it humanity, that
Sure.
gives us, yeah.
But see, here in Canada, our government departments will typically, our civil servants will make sure that everything is consistent with the regulation, and we tend to do quite well, in my experience and from what I've seen, for making sure that things are run impartially as much as possible.
Yeah.
It isn't always the case, but overall, the majority of the time, that's what it is. 'Cause,
Well,
you know,
I
people.
think that Canada has the advantage that having more than two parties in power,
Yeah.
they at least have to make concessions to each other. One party can't just strong arm something through.
Oh yeah, and I think because of that, we tend not to be so divisive either. Because
Right.
I've noticed in the U.S. there's a lot of division. There's one extreme or the other extreme.
Well, and I think that's what's led to the U.S. being at this point, that it's one extreme or the other, that there
Yeah,
isn't really room for a middle ground. And I think we would do far better if we had more. You know, I think ideally there should be like five major political parties.
like what we have here.
Yeah, so that no one party could really pass anything through without at least being able to get some support from another party.
Yeah, and I think another factor too is when you have democracy. I think it works well on a smaller scale, but as it gets larger, it doesn't work so well, because you have all these alliances. There's a lot more when you have capitalism as part of it. You have all this motivation by politicians to make a huge amount of money, because there's so many constituents and there's so many there's so much tax revenue to deal with. There's a lot of money at stake.
Okay, Randolph, you have to read the side chat because there's a couple things directed specifically at you there.
Okay.
And yeah, I need a quick break to refill my drink here, so I'll be back with you in a minute.
All right, maybe I'll just read these out. So let's see. In fact, Shatner is okay. You already didn't like the guy. Oh, that's because America is not a unified nation. It is boys drinking and shooting club. Democracy doesn't matter. That's by Jenny. Thank you, Jenny. And democracy? What's that? Doorknob Head asks. And Amiga Nuts writes, "We know how gerrymandering, voter suppression, etc., has rigged the elections. You don't have to rub it in." Oh yeah, I'm not trying to rub it in. I'm trying to just understand it a little better here, what's going on, because I'm just kind of comparing with what's going on. My hope is for things to get better, actually, not just in the U.S. but in Canada and other places as well. And I like to think that the majority of people want that too.
I want it, yes. I don't think we'll ever have it. Not in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Because there are enough people with enough power that don't want it.
Yeah, Amiga Nuts is asking if we have a parliamentary system. It is, yeah, it's kind of a hybrid. We do have a kind of parliamentary system. It's not quite the same as what you see in Europe, in Britain, but we also have democratic systems in place to make it a little bit. It doesn't seem as parliamentary. But we do have a lot of the same mechanisms. It is different than the U.S. system for sure. we have a head of state, we have a Senate, we have these different things. We also, I think what really changes the balance of things is that we have in our Constitution this Charter of Rights and Freedoms that was brought in the early 80s, that kind of really gives a lot of strong direction to our politicians on which way they need to go with things. And there's a lot of case law to support a lot of the decisions that have been made in the context of charter claims, in charter challenges in the courts. So
Now, one thing I've noticed here, south of the 40th parallel, is that what is written into law doesn't matter. The
and I know why that is.
party that nefariously wants what they want will get it. They will
And
simply
I
do
think,
it.
and I think I know what part of the problem there is too, because you have judges who are elected, and the way I see an elected judge is just another politician, but with a different set of powers. Here in Canada, we don't have elected judges. We have appointed judges. The appointment process, as I understand it, is quite extensive. There's a lot of different groups involved. It's not just one association, and politicians have very little say in it, which I think is a good thing. They're very arm's length, but they do get to give some input into it. But from what I've seen, firsthand experience, because I do work with a number of different lawyers in my work, in my professional work, there is the lawyers who seem to get selected, called to the bench, so to speak. And that's the term they use in legal industry. The ones that are being chosen are the ones that seem to be really generally pretty good with people, and are well known for being wanting to do what's ethical, what's right. That's their focus. They don't seem to be people who are involved in strange dealings and not really associating with nefarious people. They seem to have very clean backgrounds. So we seem to be on the right track from what I've seen. Now I'm seeing a very small sample, but yeah, it's the thing about an appointed. The thing about an appointed judge is that once they're appointed, they're basically in there pretty much for life, unless they do something really bad. And we have gotten rid of a few judges over the years. Well, we had one recently a few years ago, who made some very misogynistic comments, and before he got taken out by the system, retired by the system, he ended up resigning, as I recall. But it was very, like, I think he told some woman who was a victim of rape that she should have kept her legs closed. So it was a very, very nasty thing to say. So this is just not acceptable here. So there are things that they still have to do, but they're in for life. They don't have to worry about the next election. So what I notice happens is they tend to be more in favor of upholding the law, the rule of law, our charter rights, and things like that. And so it goes along with that. So we've got that consistency. Whereas in the U.S., I think with the elected judges, a lot of them are thinking what's going to be the next election. And so what decisions they make now, is that going to affect the next election? To me, that's a distraction. And that's a problem.
There are quite a few appointed judges here in the U.S., federal judges, Supreme Court
Yeah,
judges.
yeah.
And we've seen how that rolls.
Oh, okay.
Diana,
Well-
you've developed a really bad echo.
But
Okay, we'll see what we can fix.
who's doing the appointing?
Yeah, unfortunately in
problem
the
is
U.S.,
who's doing
it's a very scattered system,
Yeah.
varying from state to state and even county to county within states, about whether judges are elected or appointed.
So
And unfortunately, the ones who are appointed are generally appointed either by the governor of the state or by the president.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's basically one person making the choice and not much of a review process.
No, yeah, here we have a long, extensive review process going on, background checks, all this
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
So
And
I think that's what the difference is there, that
Yeah.
if you have like a committee reviewing it and you have to have at least the majority of people agreeing on this, that you're more likely to have people who are stable rather than the appointments just being basically given out as party favors.
Well, don't
Yeah,
forget, there is allegedly some sort of a review process here, but that process is rigged.
But
Yeah.
when I look at, I look at the appointment of Brett Kavanaugh.
Yep.
I know
Okay.
for a fact
Great place
he
to
would
go.
not. I know for a fact he would not even be considered here because this stuff
Mhm.
coming out, all this background, he wouldn't make it. He wouldn't even
Yeah.
be up in the
There-
spotlight.
It
So,
doesn't make
terribly
any
weird.
sense that he ever got to be a federal judge.
Yeah,
He,
see, to me, that's where the system is broken.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, the system is broken simply because those in power here in the U.S. have no ethics.
Well, see, and again, this is a problem with it being a two-party system. That if you had 4 or 5 parties, you wouldn't be able to get somebody like that through Congress.
How do you know that?
That's what I was going to ask. It's
Well, I would think that it would be much harder to get a consensus on getting someone who is obviously unqualified into the position.
Okay. So yeah, qualifications are very important, and that's one of the first hurdles that, as I understand it, is just kind of a foundational point before you can even be considered. So
Yeah.
if you've never been a lawyer, for example, yeah, you're not going to get appointed as a judge here. It's just not going to
Well,
happen.
in the U.S., a lawyer is just the larval stage of a politician.
yeah.
So we have some kind of a joke goes around here that's somewhat known. It's basically we say that any politician who used to be a lawyer was probably a failed lawyer. Had a failing practice. Something was going wrong, and that's why they resorted to politics.
Yeah, in the U.S., it's exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
If you weren't a lawyer, you will probably never get above the level of a state office.
Wow. So everybody getting in politics has to have legal background.
Pretty much.
And this is an expectation of people voting?
The voters aren't really aware of this. It's just an expectation of the parties.
Oh, it's a party criteria.
Yeah, that the party will basically not endorse anyone who hasn't practiced law.
That's another failure of the system.
Yes, again, it's a failure of the two-party system. That having a third party in there that would have different standards would help correct that.
Unless that third party also had those standards. So the parties should not be able to make these decisions.
Basically, what I would like to see is the electorate replaced.
Oh, hey, Nickelspot. Don't see you too often.
So in doing so, all the leaders who are drawn from that electorate, by the way, they get replaced and everything. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'd say that about 2/3 of the country is too stupid to cast an effective vote.
Okay. And good night, Tria. I know you got a lot on your plate there.
And
night,
what
Tria.
I mean when I Nitria, and when I say too stupid, I do not mean that they don't know how to spell chrysanthemum. I mean that they don't have any idea what it takes to forge policy.
Diana, I would split that a little differently. Is I would say that 1/3 of the population has no idea of who's qualified,
Okay.
and 1/3 of the population simply doesn't care enough to bother to show up to vote.
It is
Yeah,
a
we
free
saw
vote.
that happen.
It is a free vote. So
Yeah,
you can't.
and that's what I mean. That it is historically a fact that on elections with a higher turnout, Democrats usually win. On elections with a low turnout, Republicans usually win. So,
then
that is what the Democrats have to work on, is getting the people who generally decide that it's not worth bothering to show up.
And know what's happening and know about how government works.
Yeah,
what
well, just
policies are,
to
and that sort of
recognize
thing.
the names of the candidates and what they're associated with.
Because you notice where the education system has gone and is going in the U.S.
Yep.
That is by design.
Oh,
you
yeah.
Keep the electorate you keep the electorate stupid, and they won't.
Yep.
Look at anybody who is not stupid like themselves.
Leo Frankowski, one of my favorite science fiction writers, stated that a functioning democracy requires an educated populace.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yes.
And that's the problem with the US is that the Republicans
Actually,
are doing all they can to dumb people down.
Mm-hmm.
I would change that slightly to say a better democracy, better functioning democracy, because
Yeah.
I don't think it would be fair to say that an uneducated populace cannot even say accidentally vote to get the right candidates in.
But by their nature, accidents don't necessarily happen all the time.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, Hans is saying in the side chat that maybe I missed something, but in Norway, with many parties, we are still able to vote in people without competence.
Because it's a free vote. That's what it sounds like. I put a quote into the chat saying, in a democracy, people get the government they deserve. That was by Alexis de Tocqueville. I don't know who that is, but I saw this quote a long time ago, probably on Usenet or Facebook or something, and copied it from there.
De Tocqueville was one of the Enlightenment figures who shaped the direction the government of the nascent United States would take.
It almost seems sarcastic, this comment.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. It can be read a number of different ways, which is why I like it so much. Yeah. Yeah, I guess in Poland you're talking about, is it Norway you said, or Poland, Purple?
Norway is what Hans
Norway.
was referring to.
Yeah, so Norway, they have, it sounds like they have a free vote there. And I do favor the free vote, because I do advocate for freedom. I look at Australia, where they require people to vote by law, and it's illegal not to vote in elections.
Yeah, I was wondering, by a free
$20
vote, do
fine
you
or
just
something.
mean that's not mandatory, or is there something else in
It's
that?
mandatory. It requires mandatory. You
Okay,
have
yeah.
to vote. If you don't vote, you get fined $20 or something. But
Yeah, I know in Australia they get taxed for it if they don't show up to vote.
now that's coercion. It is not freedom, and
Yeah.
the problem with that is you're forcing people to make a decision. You don't get the best decisions that way, in my view.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
like
if
the
you're-
Australian system just because you'll get people to go in there and check a box without
Oh,
any
to me,
idea
that-
who
that's
they're
a-
There
voting
you
for.
go.
To
Yeah,
me,
if you're
that's
anything
oppressive,
like
and it's strayed away from democracy because it's a new system. It includes some totalitarianism in it.
Yeah.
And that's a form of oppression, and I think Australia should stop calling it a democracy while they do that. That's my view on it.
Well, as far as taking that direction, I'm going to say it again, and I say it only half tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
The U.S. really needs to do is institute an autocracy with me as the autocrat.
Oh, I like Doorknob Head's comic. Can you put it up on the screen? Give me $20 to vote.
Yeah.
There you go. That would do it.
They could
Actually,
save a lot of paperwork that way. If you vote, you get $20.
Yeah.
actually, something I've advocated for a long time is that
Perfect
the
solution.
idea that people don't value anything they get for free.
Yeah.
So people should not automatically be given citizenship and the right to vote. That if you're born here, you should be considered sort of a ward of the state.
Yeah.
That they're responsible for a certain level of care for you. But in order to become a full citizen, you have to earn it by doing some type of public service.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's interesting requirements like that.
You know, and I mean, they can make it liberal enough that anyone can qualify that, you know,
Yeah.
you can do your part of public service just by picking up litter in the city park for a number of hours.
Yeah, like if there's some kind of training course that reviews people's rights and how
Yeah.
these things have been meted in law, I
Well-
don't see a problem with that, as long as, you know, it's not something that's really hard to pass.
Well,
It's
yeah,
gotta be-
in the U.S., you know, like immigrants have to take a citizenship test, but people who are born here get it automatically.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's
There's
right.
a
I think
something a
everybody
little
should
wrong
have
with
to
that.
pass that citizenship test.
Can you put up P.S. Hansen's comment? It's also very good.
Which one was?
Sure, we have free vote. It starts with 119.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So it says, sure, we have free vote. The problem is most countries, we are either not competent to vote or we are competent but find no one to vote for. And you see, I think that what Hans is highlighting here
Yes.
is a very fundamentally important justification for abstaining, for not voting.
Yes. And
number of
I've
options.
proposed an idea for that as well. That I think on the U.S., since we only have two parties, there should always be a line below that says none of the above.
Oh, thanks, Robert.
And-
Actually, it looks like Belgium also has mandatory voting. Carry on. Sorry.
Yeah. I think that there should always be a third line for none of the above. And if none of the above gets more votes than either of the candidates listed, then they should both be disqualified from voting and we should have to have a new election.
Well, the problem, though, is it could just end up going on into perpetuity. And
Yes, that was.
Well, it could in theory, and it might for a while, but I think that after a bit of time, it would require the major parties to present someone who is actually qualified enough to get people to vote for them.
it's too hung up on the party system, which I think is
Yes.
a perversion of democracy.
It is. It is.
Yep.
I'm just thinking I'm thinking of this as an intermediate step
So what
that
I
would
like,
kind of diffuse the two-party
What I-
system and allow for a third party to form.
you're trying to solve a problem at the same time. I don't think you need to go that far. I think all you need to do is to have that line there and have it shown in the voting results. And of course, that's separate from abstaining. But I think that would be very good because you can show that people can't decide on the candidates.
Yeah,
And that's all you
I,
have to do. Because that would scare the parties into, hey, we better smarten up. I think that would be sufficient.
Well, the
Yeah.
comment that Hans made, but about not finding anyone to vote for. Kate and I have had this discussion more times than I can count, and what I'm getting from her is basically, give us somebody to vote for, or we're not going to vote. Now, the problem with
Yeah.
something like that is that makes the enemy, and it is about the enemy here in the U.S. Let's get that straight first of all.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
That brings the
Mentality.
enemy into power. They say, okay, we're going to stay away unless we have somebody to vote for, and it takes one vote to elect the opposition, and we're done for. I've
Wow.
even told her in so many words, okay, you've killed me. Thank you.
yeah, and I think that is the essence of the problem in the U.S.
Hmm.
That in most of the elections, people are not voting for a candidate they believe in. They are just voting to prevent a candidate that they can't stand.
It becomes
Exactly. Yeah, the lesser of whatever number of evils, and that's not the greatest way to go. Right now, we really don't have a choice because we're faced with some dire consequences. If
See, with
things go
what I
as
see,
they are.
what I see here in Canada, we have people who do vote strategically as well, but then down to two parties. In consideration of this perspective, it seems that it's hyper strategic there in the U.S. That people just really don't care who the candidates are; they're voting for the parties mostly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that tells me that I think if people are thinking too much about the party, they're putting too much emphasis on the party, that democracy is not functioning properly.
And it's going to take, well,
It's broken.
what it's going to
Yeah.
take to fix this is something nobody's going to implement. I don't know whether the U.S. is going to outlive me. I rather think it will
Yeah.
not.
Oh no.
The problem with the U.S. system is we need to find some way to get from where we are now to where we need to be. And under the current system, the only way to do that is getting the people in Congress who have all the power to say that they have too much power.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So
that's
especially with the
why I'm trying to find
authoritarians.
some kind of intermediate step there.
Because the authoritarians are seeking too much power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And right now we're being run by the authoritarians. I mean, even when you had a blue president and both houses of Congress were blue, we were still being run by the authoritarians who were blocking strategically. What do we have here? Boss tweet. I don't care who does the electing. Songs, I get to do the nominating.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty insightful.
Yeah.
It says a
Yeah.
lot about attitudes there. That's an important one.
Well,
Thank
and
you,
again,
Anita.
that goes back to what we were talking about them appointing judges,
Yeah.
that they can effectively control the courts, even if they don't have the power to control the Congress.
Doorknob has commented, step one, get money out of government, or no, step two. And it's interesting he mentions that because I was just talking with somebody earlier today at dinner, or yesterday now. We're at 1:30 hours almost here on December 26th. But we were talking about one of the problems. I was saying one of the problems with government seems to be there's capitalism as a central mantelpiece in it. And we need government not to be focused on money. You get conservative parties get in that are fiscally conservative, and everything's about money. Social programs can't be measured immediately, so better get rid of them. And that's part of the excuse, right? So, and you can't measure that.
Yeah.
And I feel sad when I see that because it seems that they have completely and utterly lost sight of what the fundamental role of a
Yep.
government is, which is to protect its citizens.
I totally agree, and that's another problem with the American system, is that we keep voting people in for 2 or 4 year terms, and they present a 5-year plan knowing that the effects of it will not be seen until after they've been reelected.
Hmm.
And I think we really need to work on that, see, there's no accountability. If,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
can take credit for the guy who was in office before them, and they can shrug off for anything that happens while they're in office as their plan hasn't finished yet.
That's the problem. One of the problems with having only a bunch of corrupt lawyers running for politics.
Well, I was just thinking at this, and I was trying to find the name, and I did find it. I like the idea advanced by Dick the Butcher. The first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers.
Yeah.
That sounds like genocide.
That sounds like Shakespeare.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Henry-
and Robert X
Henry
is
the
asking,
Sixth.
how do you take the money out of government? And
Well, it would definitely sound like
Unfortunately, the
Shakespeare if
problem
they
right
included
now-
taking down the judges, too.
I'm sorry, what was that, Richard? Or
Oh,
Randolph?
Randall. Oh, sorry. I was saying to Lavender Lady that it would definitely sound like Shakespeare if it included taking down the judges on their thrones, too.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
But Robert X was asking, how do you take the money out of government? And unfortunately, in the U.S., that's a major problem because even if you cut their salaries, what a congressman or senator gets for a salary is really not even significant compared to the amount of money he gets from a lobbyist.
And the challenge
Yeah.
is that there is the whole of society, in nearly all societies today, money is a central thing. We've progressed, we've evolved from barter system to IOUs to money,
Yeah.
and now we're moving on to electronic money, but it's still money.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten past money. Like, what's coming next? Like,
Yeah.
the Star Trek future is the way to go, I think, but it's a
Yeah,
dream.
but for right now, the congressmen and representatives
Yep.
get most of their money from lobbyists and from speaking fees.
Yeah, and
So
Yeah.
even if they served without receiving any salary, it would not significantly affect the amount of money they accumulate.
but that's a minor point. The big point is money is what drives society.
Right.
So the government has to deal with that. We can't avoid it. We can't take it out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how
But-
much they get paid. Let's say they all got paid 10 times as much. there'd still be all this need for greed. They'd still want to be beating
Yeah.
the Joneses that are in the in all the Senate hallways and all this other stuff.
Well, that's the point I was trying to make, is that, you can't really take the money out of the elections,
Yeah,
because even if they got no money at all for holding the office, they're still going to get a ton of money for the fact that they are in office.
yeah. Well, you know what? And then people serving public, I think it's important to pay people properly. One of the problems we see if politicians aren't paid sufficiently, that it's very hard for them to live. So they become more motivated to be susceptible to lobbyists and other groups, that special interest groups that want
Well,
certain things.
and it is true that in the US, the rents for apartments in Washington, D.C. are totally outrageous. That just for somebody to keep a place to stay there so they can show up for every session of Congress requires them to have a lot of money.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So even somebody who's doing it for the most noble motivations,
They still have expenses.
they still have to be a millionaire just to be there.
Yeah, that's that makes the access to the political system rather difficult for a lot of people. They can't participate as deeply as they might otherwise want to.
Yeah, when I would speak of running for the Senate, I was serious,
Yeah.
but I can't. I can't afford it.
Wow. Did you determine you need about $1 million? You need to be a millionaire for that?
Oh, absolutely. I was talking to a friend of mine who ran for the U.S. Senate here in Pennsylvania. John Fetterman. He's now our lieutenant governor. And when he ran for the Senate in 2016, he said he'd raised something over $600,000, and he was still outspent 15-1.
Hmm.
So he ran for lieutenant governor. He got it, and I don't know if he's thinking of running for the Senate from there, or, as I suspect, he's thinking of running for the governorship because this is Tom Wolf's last term. We have the term limits here in Pennsylvania.
It must be frustrating. Sometimes people probably wondering, I imagine, you've got, is it really worth it to even participate? Like, the apathy must be setting in for a lot of people because you've
Well,
got,
it is.
it
Yeah.
is. And
you've got
that's why
president.
in U.S. elections, the typical turnout is less than 50%.
But I mean, it must be really driving people away from the whole, having any interest in the whole process, when you got a president who talks about people flushing toilets 10 or 15 times
Yeah.
instead of focusing on bigger picture issues that are a lot more important
Well,
and actually real.
and that's why half the people don't turn up to vote, because they think it
Yeah.
doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, not when you have people doing stuff like that. It's terrible. Yeah. Oh, so Amiga Nuts is pointing out that Ocasio-Cortez is neither a lawyer nor rich. How did she win? Talk about that, people. Yeah, that's an interesting point. That's good to see, actually. That's promising because she's not from
Well,
the Ivy League, so
Yep.
to speak.
right,
One
now
of
Yeah,
the
Ivy
other
League
things
politics.
I
Maybe we
think
call it the
in the
Ivory League.
U.S.,
Yeah.
what should be on the ballots is, even if there isn't an election in a state that year, there should be a ballot for all of the federal representatives, all the congressmen, with their names listed and a line that says no confidence. And if the majority of people give them a vote of no confidence, they should be removed from office. This probably will never happen, but the fact
No
that it
politician will
could
think that.
happen would require them to be aware of their constituents, even if it's not an election year.
So what I'm hearing here is that it sounds like the politicians don't pay any attention to the voting public.
No,
Of course not.
most of the
No.
ones in Congress don't.
That's sad because they're not doing their jobs properly.
Right. And that's why I think that should be put in there as being a checks and balance system to
Mhm.
require them to be aware of what the constituents in their district think.
Do you think that even if that was in there without it resulting in the action of removing someone from office, it could have an impact?
I believe it would because I believe it would,
See, that would be better.
I think that the general public having that power would pay attention to what the representatives are voting on.
And you know why I think that would be better is because then it won't come across as somebody with a feeling of vengeance. Because otherwise, you'll get people who will be strategically voting on that. This can eliminate the strategic tendencies people have,
Yeah.
because it'll be more honest that way. It's just an opinion, and it would be a good thing to do also, I think, because then it would create this sense of you need to pay attention to what your voters are saying.
Well, and
It's
that's a
systemic
pretty
now.
high threshold. I'm not even saying that half the people in the district or anything, but it's like half the people who bothered to come out to vote came out to say that they don't believe this person should be in office. That's a
Mhm.
pretty high threshold.
Yeah. What was the voter turnout at the last election, percent-wise, roughly?
I
would
don't know
say,
offhand, but the point I keep making to people is that Trump's poll ratings are typically 30 to 35%.
Well, the reason I'm
And-
asking is this. Hans
and-
pointed out that in Norway it was almost 65%.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem I keep telling people is that if Trump can rely on getting 35% of the vote, then unless the total turnout is above 70%, he's going to win again.
See, in 2015, we got voter turnout of 68.5% here in Canada. So that was the election that switched from conservative to liberal. And people were getting tired of the misogyny and being the foundation to turn our country into a theocracy. So,
Okay,
Yeah,
now according
Amiga
to
Nuts makes a good point here. That basically Congress has the power to approve or remove a nomination to the Supreme Court. And
Okay.
part of why that's a big problem is a Supreme Court appointment is for life.
yeah.
So this is a person who can affect the country for several decades to come.
Yeah.
And to answer a question here, I found from behind the 2018 U.S. midterm election turnout, Census Bureau here in the U.S. allegedly in 2018, among those age 65 and older, voter turnout was 65% for women, 68% for men. But this is only 65 and older. I want the real numbers here, because it's in no way is the
What's the total?
turnout. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for now. No way is there a total 60 some percent.
Well, and this is one of the things I keep saying locally to scare people into voting is that where I live is a population of about 3,000 people.
Okay, I looked in Google. It says 2018 midterm election in the U.S. was 55%.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was just looking over here, and it seems that this is reporting 53.4%. So it's close enough. Yeah.
Yeah,
50 to
around
55.
half is about as much as we expect to get.
Well,
And I
that's not
keep
bad.
trying to scare people with the fact that around here there's 3,000 people, and a typical election we only get about 300 votes, which
Oh,
means
10%.
10%.
Wow.
Which means if they don't show up to vote, my vote counts as 10 people.
Yeah, what's really interesting in this Census Gov article I'm looking at here, voter turnout went up more in some groups than others from 2014 to 2018. Among 18 to 29-year-olds, voter turnout went from take a drink, please. 20% in 2014 to 36% in 2018. The largest percentage point increase for any age group, a 79% jump. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that 79% jump only takes you to a bit over a third of that group.
Yep.
That's
Well, and
poo-poo.
that's, that overall, our general voter turnout generally is not over half of the people showing up.
Yeah.
And then there's this cat who's being a cat.
Yep. And Diana, I seriously do not think you should be encouraging me to drink more. I think I'm pretty close to the limit that I shouldn't be doing this anymore. Oh, Randall is sharing another image here.
Paolo Costeni.
How true do you think this is?
You said my to look on that thing for you. You said my not to see yet. Okay, on the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
Well, and the thing about immigrants that confuses me is that the Republicans are simultaneously saying that the Mexicans are lazy and are going to come here and just collect welfare. And at the same time, they are saying that they're coming here to take our jobs. So it's like,
Hello, Orla.
hi, Orla. So it's like, which one is it? Are they going to take our jobs or are they going to leech off of welfare? They can't be doing both. How are you doing, Orla?
What you got over there is to doing too.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yay.
Okay, Orla, you've got some kind of a weird reverb background noise. I don't know what that is.
That's my daughter on her new Nintendo DS playing Tamagotchi Life. Yeah.
Okay, that would explain it.
Oh, what happened? It got quiet.
Is it broken?
Yeah, Orla just muted.
I'm muted. Yeah, I'm muted because my son's trying to talk to me at the same time as I'm talking and he doesn't quite get that. You shouldn't be talking over me.
We have some fun here with this stuff, too.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to tell me that I'm full of it and I'm pessimistic and all this other stuff. And I think we're stuffed.
I think we're doing okay.
Maybe you guys are.
Oh, that message flashed by pretty fast.
Do aliens endorse Trump because he wants Space Force?
Oh shit, that bad Rasta. It amazes me that any electorate would install somebody like Trump. But they did. Their candidate is a reflection of them. And Trump's got to be the most ignorant piece of shit this planet has seen in a very long time.
Yeah. This picture I'm going to share now might help answer Orla's question. Who's going to pay for the... Well, you'll see.
No.
Remember, before he got elected, this meme was going around. You there, Purple? There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. You've seen it before, haven't you, Diana?
Mm-hmm.
I tell you, they've got some amazing pictures of him with just the most bizarre expressions on his face.
I I'm so happy I have more life behind me than ahead of me.
Maybe we should go back to some Christmas stuff here.
I was very, very honestly, when I thought that things were a lot worse than they seem to be now. Yeah, pretty much. Um, I was looking forward to dying. I really was, because I thought
Oh,
I was going to miss all this bullshit. But no.
well, I hope you're finding a way to have some fun with it.
No, Diana, you think we'd let you get out of it that easy? If we've got to suffer, you're going to stay here with us.
Moo.
Now, Randolph, you
Ah,
need to be
sorry.
you need to be petitioning your government. I've been
Oh.
working on this since Trump got elected. That
Oh, yeah.
Canada needs to annex the Upper Midwest.
Yeah, you mentioned that before.
Yeah,
And,
I don't want to be part of this country anymore.
well, yeah, the upper Midwest. Give me a list of states and
Take Minnesota, the northern third of Wisconsin, and the northern peninsula of Michigan, and I'll be happy.
northern third. I'm sorry, but we can't. That's going to be a no because it would have to be the whole state or none. We don't believe in breaking up states and provinces here.
Well, take the whole state if you have to, but there was a proposition floated for a long time to make the upper peninsula of Michigan and the
Yeah.
northern third of Wisconsin into an independent state called the state of Superior.
And we
So
know
I
that
thought maybe you could go with that.
that's interesting. Hey, we'd welcome it. We could certainly use the tax revenue, I guess. And
Unfortunately, that's why the plan fell apart, is they realized that if they did the northern third of Wisconsin and the upper peninsula of Michigan, they had no major cities, so there would be no tax base.
oh,
That's why the plan never went through.
we can still take the land. Heck, we've got the North Pole with Santa Claus with his postal code of H0H0H0.
Okay, there you go.
You can actually mail to Santa Claus, North Pole, Canada, with that postal code, and as a children get responses all the time.
Yep,
It's,
I knew the Canadian Post Office had a thing for that. Wasn't sure what the code was.
yeah, we've got the best postal code for it. We've got the best address. I think, yeah, nobody ever forgets that, at least here.
You know,
But-
this actually brings up a question I've wondered about.
Okay, but we're used to having large expanses of land, so I think we could probably absorb the upper northwest. So
Yeah.
carry on.
I've got a Canadian postage stamp,
Okay.
and I'm wondering, can I mail a letter from the U.S. into Canada with that?
Can you what? Say that again. You broke
Can I
up.
mail a letter from the U.S. into Canada by putting a Canadian postage stamp on it?
Well, yeah, but you're going to need to pay U.S. postage if you want U.S. postage.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I thought would be the problem. That's got to
Yeah.
have a U.S. stamp on it first.
Well, otherwise, U.S. Post is just going to send it back to you, right?
Yep, I thought that would be the problem.
Oh, Amiga Nuts is suggesting that we also annex New York, which would make a lot of sense. And then somebody else, Hans, has written that, well, if Texas was to turn to Mexico, it would be much better. Really?
Okay,
I'd like to know why.
2 points on that. One, I support building the border wall if they build it on the northern Texas border. And
I think you'd be wise to ask Matt Dillahunty for his perspective on that, though.
well, yeah, I realized after I supported that we would lose Aaron Ross, so that would be a problem.
Yeah, ask those guys what they think of that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that whole group of people would be great to find out what they think of that. You should ask.
You
As far
can't
as New
lose
York-
the only official adult of the group. He's been crowned Daddy Ra of Walavius.
Yeah.
Daddy Ra.
As far as New York
that sounds like
goes,
a Boney M album in the making.
I lived in central New York, and it's like I could get a dozen people out of there and screw the rest of the state. So I had actually proposed that to make things equitable, if Canada annexes the northern Midwest, they could give Quebec to the U.S. in return,
Why
because
would we do
Quebec
that?
is going to be pissed off no matter which country they belong to.
No, to clarify, the politicians in Quebec make a lot of noise about separating, but everybody I know from Quebec doesn't want to separate. Everybody in Quebec who are not in
Oh,
the
really?
Bloc Party,
Okay.
yeah. And so what happened is in the past, some of my friends who've come from Quebec have told me that in the past, this is back in the 70s and 80s, they had the politicians would speak in French about a unified Canada and things like good things and say nice things and things that would appeal to voters to get them elected. And then in English, all they would talk about is separation. And when they tried to tell their relatives, because they were studying English and most of their relatives didn't speak a word of English, that they would, because they're all speaking French, they wouldn't believe them. They said, "Oh, you're just making it up because you're."
Oh,
Yeah. So a bunch of them left. But
okay.
but
Apparently, I've had a lot of misleading information about Quebec then.
yeah, and we visited there numerous times, and it's a beautiful place, and we don't feel any kind of exclusionary stuff going on. It's just kind of just like the rest of Canada, really, except that
Really? Okay.
there isn't a lot of English being spoken there. So that's about it. Um,
I really had the impression that the people of Quebec had a bit of animosity against the other provinces.
Well, they do for Canada Day on July 1st each year. They have in Quebec. They don't celebrate Canada Day. They celebrate instead what's called Moving Day, where everybody moves.
Okay.
Yeah, to me it's the most bizarre thing. But look at me. I'm laughing about it. I'm not offended by it. It's just the way it is. Some people do get offended by it, and I think that probably was the point early on. But nowadays, it's no big deal. Whatever. However you want to celebrate, it's fine. We value freedom. What's interesting about Quebec is it's the only province and territory that has not, and it's a province, it has not joined Confederation. So when it comes to implementing the Constitution, Canadian Constitution, and our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which have specific protections that are quite extensive for the French language. So we have two official languages here, French and English. They don't actually have to follow all that stuff, but they tend to follow the vast majority of what's in our Constitution and Charter, I think, because it makes sense. And
Well, I knew you had the
and
multi-language thing,
yeah,
but
and not only because it makes sense, but also because that way it doesn't draw a lot of attention to this fact that they don't have to follow all these rules. I'm hoping they'll join Confederation. We don't want to see Quebec go because here in the West we see Quebec as a very important part of Canada, just like every province is, and it would be terrible to see any province leaving. Once in a while, you get politicians like just after the election in our next province in Alberta, which went and changed to conservative, even though
yeah.
the Liberal government wants to bring in pipelines which would be very good for their economy. And they loved it at the time, and then they went conservative because a lot of them are religion is quite prevalent in Alberta. Their politicians talked for a little bit about made some noise about leaving Canada and joining the U.S. or something, but that's died off. And
I
it's
thought
posturing.
that like a year or two ago there was a vote in Quebec of whether or not they should secede.
Yeah, Quebec will, I think, want to stay with Canada anyway, because if they switch to the U.S., I don't see that the U.S. is going to accommodate their expectations about
Well, no, I
supporting the
never saw
language.
them actually joining the U.S., but I thought they were trying to
Okay,
become an independent
but
country.
well, if they did that though, they're going to find that be just dealing with Canada is going to be a lot easier because we have this whole history of French
Yeah.
language, and in the but in the other one, it's in the U.S. They're I don't see the U.S. accommodating French. They'll be like, we're too big. If you want to deal with us, you have to talk in English because we don't understand French. Otherwise, we don't have time
Yeah.
for it. Is probably the general attitude they'll get politically and commercially and all this kind of thing. Quebec doesn't have enough to sustain itself as its own country. It'll be very reliant on a lot of other countries to actually succeed successfully.
Okay.
And it's as funny as that set of words sounds, to succeed
Yeah.
successfully.
How do you succeed unsuccessfully?
Yeah, well, that's yeah. I know it sounds like an oxymoron, but if they were to separate,
Well-
they would. There's so much interdependence between Quebec and the
Right.
rest of Canada. We depend on them; they depend on us. It goes both ways.
Well, and that's
So
why
I
I
just don't
questioned about the
happen.
vote to secede, but
But we would
I-
be able. But Canada, the rest of Canada,
Yeah.
we'd be able to adapt and figure it out, and we would struggle a bit and stumble a bit at first, but we'd get it sorted out. But Quebec, I think, would be detrimental to them because right now, because our charter protects French, like my kids are in French immersion school in the public school system. The kids, all the kids are learning French, or not all, but French is a normal part of the curriculum all across Canada. And we also have it in our charter that it is the right for anybody in Canada to receive service from the federal government agencies in English or French, and that is a law. And
Okay.
and so if Quebec heads off, we don't really lose much. Quebec has everything to lose almost. They want to protect their culture. It's much more beneficial for Quebec to stay with Canada because we have it ingrained into our constitution to protect French language and French culture. Whereas if they're on their own, that could rapidly disappear here. That's the problem, and I think they see that. We don't hold it as a carrot
okay.
or as a threat over them or anything, but it's just how it is.
I really appreciate that. You've actually changed my perspective on the matter.
Yeah, most of the people I know from Quebec are not interested in separation. They love being part of Canada. They love having all this freedom. So I just don't see it. And in fact, a lot of our military troops and our RCMP officers. RCMP is our federal police force that
Right.
also is outsourced by most municipalities here throughout Canada for the local police. The police officers come from Quebec. The military troops come from Quebec. A lot do. I see a lot of French names on their uniforms.
Yeah, I know it had a big influence on the military, especially the Navy.
Influence, no. I wouldn't put it in those words. I would say contributors to bringing people in. Yes. Once you're in the armed forces in Canada, it's a national perspective you have for being part of the armed forces. Same with the RCMP, because like with the RCMP, with our police force, one thing a lot of people also probably aren't aware of is that officers are moved around every so many years to different posts, to different municipalities throughout the whole country.
No, I
Yeah.
knew nothing about that.
So I see it as a glue that helps keep Canadian culture all across our country in a very, very good way. It also means that we have less corruption on per capita with police because
Yeah.
we have, you've heard the saying, familiarity breeds contempt. And we see in local municipal police forces on per capita basis, some of them are much higher than the RCMP. Maybe most of them.
I can see
perhaps.
that as a huge advantage.
Yeah. So if people keep getting moved around every so many years to different detachments, then the familiarity doesn't breed so easily. It's harder for them to figure out how they can do the corruption, right? So I think that's a good thing. It's a very good thing. So.
Yeah, I was not aware of them moving them around that much, but I see that as being a big advantage.
Yeah, and a lot of people join the RCMP. They enjoy getting to be in different parts of Canada, and they get to choose. They don't have to go to another province or something like that. But I think a lot of them do.
Yeah, and like the U.S. has the FBI, but that doesn't really seem to operate in the same way.
No, it's quite different.
Yeah.
Do you have any municipal police forces that outsource to the FBI for their policing?
No, not directly. They're independent.
See, here in Canada, if a municipality chooses to outsource to the RCMP, then the federal government picks up the bill for 20% of it, of the cost. So it's quite
No,
an
that's it. In the U.S., every state, every municipality and state police force is completely independent of all the levels above it.
yeah, yeah. You have more autonomy on a per state basis than we have here on a per province or per territory basis. Um, we have, which is, I actually kind of like the way we do things here because I'm used to it. So,
I like your system much better.
okay. Well, there's pros and cons, right? I'm sure there's stuff about the U.S. that's better than what we have here too. It goes both ways. Yeah.
Well, nothing comes immediately to mind, and what you say about it reducing corruption, I can see as being a significant point.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know there's plenty of ways that we still need to improve as a country. Um,
Yeah,
we don't. We do have some social issues here with racism and bigotry and things like that still going on. We do take this stuff quite seriously and try to put a stop to it, but it's hard because people have attitudes that are ingrained that really last a long time and throughout their lifetimes very often.
yeah.
And they
Well,
tend to
and
be with
I,
groups of
I
people
do
who
think
think
with
the same
things
way.
like racism, you can't really change people's minds. It's mostly waiting for the older generation to die off and raising the younger ones with better attitudes.
We've seen people change their minds here. It happens, but
Well,
I
it,
think I
it,
think
it
it's an uphill
can
battle.
happen, but I think in the majority of times, if somebody's been indoctrinated with it from the age of like when they're born to age 5,
Yeah,
that changing their attitude after that is extremely difficult.
yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely an uphill battle. All right, what do you think of this, Diana or Orla?
It can be done. It's just, I think part of it is what helps is discovering that you're one of the people you don't like.
Well, I
Um,
think that should be an impetus for change.
Yeah.
Actually,
And I,
Diane, I go along with that for a large part, but I would add to that what changes a lot of attitudes is when people discover that someone they've known for a long time belongs to a group that they had a prejudice against.
in some cases,
I
yeah.
think that's especially true of the gay and trans people.
I mean, it might split, what, 70-30 or something like that. I mean, a lot of us are disowned. Um, but those who are not disowned, they can change the minds. Yeah. It's,
That's got to come from within. Yeah,
yeah.
Hmm.
encouragement can go a long way, but it really is up to the individual, the person.
But I think that there was a lot of change accomplished by people who had like been gay for a long time
Hmm.
and nobody realized it and they came out as gay and people seeing that, gee, I thought gays were horrible, but here's someone who's gay that I liked.
We see a lot less bigotry and discrimination against, and very, very little of it here in BC, Western Canada. But I know that some provinces, there is still quite a lot of resistance to it, and it does upset people. Like look at Jordan Peterson, Dr. Jordan Peterson. He's a professor, a tenured professor from one of the universities in Eastern Canada.
He's
Um,
also an idiot. Yeah.
yeah, and he's not a professor of law. He's a professor of psychology. Doorknob head. He finds about this new bill coming in that's trying to just expand a little bit to make accommodations for people who are just the use of different kind of ways people want to be identified, and he completely misunderstands it, almost completely, as something that is going to force him to use different pronouns for people who want them. He was so wrong, and I thought, wow, is this what this is? So I took a look at the bill and I saw no such thing in it. I thought, was he referring to a different bill? This wouldn't make any sense anyways. It would violate our charter rights because we have freedom of expression here. You can't require people to say something because that violates freedom of expression. And that is how it's read. That is how it is considered here in the courts with the precedent-setting cases, as I recall. But so after a while, I found out, this guy, he's just totally misunderstood it. And I thought, well, this is why he's not a law professor. It was ridiculous, but he caused a lot of problems and misunderstandings with that. But one good thing that did come out of it, I would say, is that the bigots came out and we got to see who they are. We got to know who the bigots are, and we got to know more about the problems with their thinking. So we were able to try to change that and make improvements there. And we knew who to fight. We knew who the enemy was at this point.
Yeah. And in a way, that is my hope with the way Trump has been dealing with things, is that people finally realize that the U.S. has a lot more bigots than we realize, and people will come out to vote against them.
Yeah. Hopefully the blue wave will be a tidal wave.
Well, in the midterm elections, significant gains were made. That there were a lot of states that the governors and the state houses were overturned.
Yeah.
So let's hope that will carry through the 2020 elections.
Do you know
we can see that in the federal House of Representatives?
Do you know anybody who's left the country because Trump got elected? We know a few people here. One of them goes to my daughter's school, but it doesn't seem to me like there's been very many. There's only been a couple. Or do you know if there's been like a lot of people have left? Or
I haven't left because I can't afford to.
Yeah, I think that's largely the problem with Trump, that the ones who could afford to leave haven't with Trump, because when the Supreme Court decided for George W. Bush, over 20,000 Americans left to Canada.
Okay.
And I think those were the people who could afford to move, and the ones that are here now are the ones that are just stuck here.
Okay. Huh. So it boils down to money.
Well, money and the immigration requirements.
Oh, yeah, to immigrate here. Although I would think
now Canada will not take me because 30 years ago I did have a conviction. So they won't let me go.
Oh, no. Okay, what happened? Something minor?
I wrote some bad checks.
That's... Oh,
I was in a situation where I couldn't afford to pay my bills. I wrote some bad checks to make sure we had food.
Yeah.
And that was really the extent of it. But because that's on my record, they will not let me go into Canada.
Wow. So you've attempted then?
If it had been an option, I would have moved to Canada 5 years ago.
Oh, so you did look into it. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So there's...
But basically it came down to, without someone promising me a job there, they wouldn't let me do it.
That's pretty normal. You sure it's because of that background? Because this kind of thing we tend to probably look... If it's such a long time ago, we tend to be pretty easygoing on, I think.
Yeah, well, I tried to drive past the Canadian border one time and they turned me back based on that.
Oh, so not even immigration. You can't even visit here.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Huh. I didn't know it was that strict. Okay. That's...
Yeah, that was just the guard at the crossing post there. That he had us sit in the parking lot for about 15 minutes while he ran our records.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, they usually just wave most people through unless they have some suspicion or something looks out of place. They don't take chances. We're pretty thorough here. We don't catch everything, but we're pretty thorough. We catch almost everything, I think. So, but 15 minutes, it sounds like they must have had a lot to consider. Or did you have quite a few people with you?
No, it was just me and the woman I lived with at the time, and you know, she was clean. It was strictly my record.
Oh boy. Oh well. Sorry you had that experience.
Well, I can understand it. I have a conviction. I'm not grudging him for that.
Yeah. It's rules. It's policy. Yeah.
Yeah, the only part of it that really pisses me off is that I wasn't able to see the Royal Museum in Terrell.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
I really wanted to go and see the dinosaur museum. That was the only thing.
And Drumheller, did you say?
The Royal Terrell Museum in Alberta.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
You know,
that's a nice.
that's one of my dream vacations is to go up and see that museum because they're supposed to have the most amount of dinosaurs of anywhere in the world.
It's recommended you should also take a look at the one in Drumheller, which is not very far away from that. Um, it's also a big museum with.
Yeah, I've heard of that one as well. I
Yeah,
definitely would if I could make the trip.
yeah. Make the trip to C2 while you're here. It'll be worth. You'll be glad you did. They're both great
That
museums.
is the one thing I miss from Bristol is the museum that's there because they had an art gallery and a section for ancient Egyptian stuff, and you would get
Well,
Yeah.
special
that's one of the
exhibits.
big
I
things I
like the
miss.
town, but I do miss the museum.
One of the big things I missed that when I lived in St. Paul, I had a charter subscription to the Science Museum in Minnesota.
Okay.
And basically, any day I didn't have anything else to do, I was at the museum. And I'd spent so much time there that they were actually pointing the volunteers to me when they had questions about the exhibits because I knew more about the exhibits than the training the volunteers got. So, I really miss that of being able to go to a decent museum, even if it was exhibits that I'd seen 100 times. I kept finding new things in them.
Yeah, they change things from time to time. I did computer support at a museum a few years ago, and they have a curator there who's always changing something here or something there, and always keeping things up to date. If they have a major exhibit that's bringing people in, they set it, and that stays the way it is. But the regular ongoing stuff does get changed.
Yeah, and that's the Science Museum of Minnesota. Basically, they have one whole floor that is for traveling exhibits, and then they have their stationary exhibits.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Those ones are usually just in for a short time. Fake news. Robert X is going on about fake news now. That term keeps coming up.
I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing stationary exhibit as far as that goes and see how um, printing was done a while back or letter writing, that sort of thing. Um, no, huh?
I'm sorry, Diane. I didn't fully hear that because I was typing at the time.
Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing a stationary exhibit, and I'm fascinated with letter writing and
Oh,
things like that.
okay. Yeah, now I follow you.
Speaking
So
of,
there is actually a museum in Torquay, but I've been there and I took my kids there, and it's rubbish in comparison. I haven't gone back.
ah, that happens.
Mm. There's one not too far away, closer to where Badger lives. I intend to go and see that one when they finished refurbishing, and drag him with me.
Yeah, actually, when I saw the Night at the Museum movies, I kind of wondered about that, about the Tyrannosaurus.
Well, museums will put up art, right? So if somebody makes some art, they'll certainly put it there. They can put anything in they want.
Yeah.
Poor Charles Darwin in this picture, eh? Yeah, people tell me they like the memes, so
Oh yeah, they're fun.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah. One of the interesting things that they always have it's a permanent exhibit, but they keep changing over what they actually show. Is
Oh yeah.
that when the guy who ran it died, the Science Museum of Minnesota inherited the entire collection from the Museum of Questionable Medical Devices.
Okay.
So it's really interesting to see the stuff that they have from, like, around 1900 that were being billed as actual medical devices, and you can see now, if you have a high school education, you can see how totally misguided this idea was.
Yeah.
What, the steam-powered vibrators and all that shit?
Well, like that.
Does it include their old form of resuscitator where they literally blow it up your ass?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
Damn, I wish it would allow me to save that one.
Oh, I'll send it to you in Twitter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
No
from
problem.
Mad Magazine, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're always on point.
Yeah. I have
like
not
them.
looked at them in many years, but I used to read them,
They are no
every
longer
issue
with
when I
us,
was
are
younger.
they?
I enjoyed them a lot more than the TV show. I think TV show's too slapstick and it's overdone. But it's. But the magazine used to be great. Now I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Well, I don't know if it exists anymore, does it?
I saw one in the store a couple months ago,
Oh, okay.
and I breezed through it and saw they're still making fun of movies and things, and I thought, oh, that's good. Parody's always great.
Yeah, but they don't have the same contributors that they had, like, back in the 80s.
Yeah, no, that stuff in the 80s was great.
Yeah.
And I remember they called themselves the Usual Gang of Idiots.
Yep.
Okay, according to this little thing here, the final issue of the reboot was this month. The final issue of the original magazine was February 2018.
Okay, so they went down for a while, but they're trying again.
Well, maybe it was over a year ago. Maybe it was 2018 that I saw it last.
Yeah,
I don't remember exactly.
Yeah,
what.
according to this thing, they've failed again.
Hmm.
Well, Warner Brothers owns it. Come on.
Comedy is a hard act. It's you really got to have the right combination of people when it's a team putting it forward, and they really had that in the 80s. And it'd be nice for them if they could find it. Like, there were other magazines out there like Cracked and whatnot, which did pretty good, but Mad Magazine was a step above everything else. I felt they had even in the margins of the different pages, they had these tiny little cartoons, and I remember as a kid I'd go and look for those first before reading anything else.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the artists who did those.
Sergio Aragon.
Yep. Yeah.
That's the one. Yep.
Yeah, that was so much going on, you had to pay attention to everything.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And even in the main panels, it's like you could see things they put in the background.
Yep. I remember one, there was, I think it was El Jaffe. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, but he had this one page, one that was all these guests coming over for dinner. And he had printed on the bottom of his toilet a $50 bill or $100 bill or something. And he had some blue dye in the water. And then they showed the next scene after guests had been there for a while. The final scene, he's smiling and he's eating with two hands, and all his guests are there with one hand in their pocket and they're eating with their left hand.
Yeah.
Because their hands are all blue.
I didn't see that, but I get it. Yep.
Yeah. So it's these practical jokes series he had. It was just what a terrible way to treat your guests, but a very
And,
clever idea.
Don Martin was fantastic.
Oh yeah, he had those funny tall faces. The way he drew people in the
Yeah,
giant
do,
Yes.
seats.
do you remember Captain Klutz?
I was about to bring up Captain Klutz. Yes.
My favorites were Spy versus Spy. They're always nice, clean comics, and it didn't have any words.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even the comics on the margins occasionally had words, but the Spy versus Spy one never.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a good thing going, and there
Yeah,
was
all the interesting gimmicks they came up with to one up each other.
well, they had a computer game for Spy versus Spy, and they made 3 of them. The third one unfortunately flopped, but and I have a
Really?
pretty good idea of why. But yeah, I played them on the Commodore 64, and it was they were good games.
I had a Commodore 64. I'm surprised I was never aware of that.
You have one too?
Well, I used to. I don't anymore.
Oh, they've got really good emulators. The Vice emulator seems to be the best one out there. And
I actually need to get a Commodore 64 emulator, and
Yeah?
I need to find a 5 1/4 inch disk drive because I wrote my first manuscript on Commodore 64,
okay,
and the only remaining copy is on 4 floppy disks that I can't read.
you need to keep those in the proper temperature. Colder would probably be a little bit better, but you should definitely research how to store them.
Yeah,
And you can research how to read them from 5 1/4 inch floppy drives in your PC. There are solutions for that.
yeah.
Um,
I have researched storing them so that I keep
Good.
them in my bedroom so they stay at room temperature.
Yeah, so yeah, you want to probably be more specific about the temperature too on that. But yeah, you want to
Yeah,
look.
but unfortunately, below 0 apparently is also bad for them.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying yeah.
So
make
I
sure you got the right
basically
temperature.
have the problem between either putting them in my bedroom or putting them in a storage container where they might get below 0.
Yeah, so yeah, you probably want to get that done the earlier the better because they do deteriorate over time because there's
Yeah.
magnetic strips. Those discs in those days are not as robust as the more modern discs are. So it will run into
Yeah.
some issues there. There are ways to use the regular floppy drives in PCs to read the Commodore 64 discs. So, but you need to have the special tools for that, and make sure you practice with those on discs that aren't important to you.
Yeah, well,
First.
mostly at this point, I need the physical device that will accept a 5 1/4 inch floppy.
Oh yeah, you can buy those; they're still available. And you get an old PC for that, and
Yeah,
put them
I
in
expect
there.
I could find one on eBay.
Yeah. So there is a connection. Actually, the connection still is used, but you just need to have the right cable for it, because
Yeah.
the 3 1/4 inch drives, the 3.5 inch drives are on the same cable, but they just have a different connector. Robert X is pointing out this about the connectors. Robert might be thinking of the some of these drives that'll hook up with a USB connector internally. And
Well, no, I
they're
think he
good.
means that they don't have the SATA connector.
They've never been on SATA, but I know what you mean. Yeah, the ribbon cable. So yeah, this stuff's around. If you get an old machine, you can usually find what you need. I would suggest throwing Linux on it and running Vice that way. The tricky part with that will be getting the ROMs, but once you have the ROMs, you'll be set.
Yeah, and that's the problem is I have to invest in some hardware, and unfortunately, on my limited income, that has not been a big enough priority to do.
Yeah, there's places to look for that kind of stuff. So, and the reason a lot of the Commodore 64 equipment lasted is because they had no batteries in any of them. So nothing broke out and corroded things, and the acid never got through and wrecked things. So if the machine wasn't really being used, it usually lasted.
Yeah, unfortunately, I lost all of my Commodore stuff because I had it stored at a friend's house,
Well, take a
and
look
he
at
wound
places
up
like
losing the house with everything in it.
Well, take a look at Craigslist or eBay, places like that. There's sometimes people just getting rid of that stuff dirt cheap.
Yeah.
It's worth keeping an eye on for those things.
Well, I've also questioned when I think back on that original manuscript that I wrote when I was a teenager, is there that much in there that's really worth keeping?
So
I
here's
mean,
another.
it spawned some other ideas that I've worked off of, but I'm not sure if there's that much there.
Here's another idea. You can join the Commodore and Amiga clubs, because quite often there may still be somebody in there who'd just be willing to do it for you.
That's kind of what I was thinking, was if I could find someone online who would just be willing to, like transfer them into a document that I could read in Windows.
Yeah. So, well, just getting a document you can read, period. Then you can always get it converted later, and so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you want to just get a duplicate of the disk image, so at least you can load it up in an emulator. That'll be fine. Don't worry about conversion. You get a .d64, D for data, D64 or D for disk, D64 file. Will be D64 will be the extension, and then you can just fire that up in Vice, and it'll mount it as a drive for you right away, and you'll be set. You're off to the races.
Yeah, that's in the side chat. Doris suggested some stuff like that.
Yeah. So. Yep. Yeah, I don't really have any. I have some 5 1/4-inch floppy drives and some old equipment here somewhere, but
yeah,
it's just I think.
Well, at one point, I actually had a hard drive that was built into an IBM AT case.
Yeah.
And basically, the Commodore read it by treating it as a stack of 120 floppy disk.
Oh, interesting.
I would like to take a second to say hello to my daughters who have decided to watch this on the Xbox.
Oh, really?
Hello to
Well, hello.
Xbox.
It's so nice that you can have your family in here and actually that they're willing and that you're willing to have them participate. I do not think my family would take kindly to a lot of the content I have on my channel.
To be honest, I think she'll probably get bored because it's eldest who decided to watch.
Okay.
What kind of stuff does your daughters like?
Unboxing videos and cartoons and Billie Eilish and things like that.
Oh, what kind of cartoons?
Quite a few.
Yeah.
As I wait for the sun to come up, I think it's very unlikely time that I'm going to have to fade into the east or something like that.
Well, Diana, are you deemed to go to bed? Have we kept you up too long?
It's getting to be pretty close to time. It's about 5:30 a.m. here, and I think maybe it's time to start getting to bed before I fall over. But thanks for the memories.
Well, you know what? Before you go, I'm just going to put up a picture here of the gaming stuff for them, since they like gaming, so they might get a laugh out of this. There you go. Gaming then and now. The secrets back then. I finally unlocked the secret characters and levels. Now I finally paid for all the secret characters and levels.
Pretty much.
Gaming's
Yeah,
changed.
that's exactly why I don't do any of the online gaming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all about the money now.
Yep. And that's like why I never got into like Pokemon or Magic the Gathering or any of those collectible trading card games. Because I saw early on that it would be won by whoever spent the most money, and that would never be me.
So I was talking to my eldest about this the other day, and talking about the more companies like this take the piss, the more people actually end up pirating their software and things. So they're really just shooting themselves in the foot in the long term.
Yep, I agree. Now, if they're into the RPGs at all, they'll probably enjoy this meme. This is one of my favorites. If video games have taught me anything, this cat has a side quest to offer me. It's probably one of the best video game memes I've seen out there. I guess people are thinking about side quests now.
Having not played a video game in many, many years, I am not ashamed to say that I don't get it.
Okay,
well, the
yes,
cat being spotlighted there, being in the light, generally indicates that this is something you should pay attention to.
yeah, and in the games that you can talk with animals and other things, and so there you go, Orla. Hopefully your kids found those enjoyable.
Thank you.
Diana's running down, and we've gone 4.5 hours, so it probably is time to wrap this up.
Yeah, you don't want to fall asleep on air.
Well, and I
Nothing
think
I
I'm
haven't
reaching
done
the
already.
point in alcohol consumption that maybe I shouldn't be doing this anymore.
You reached that a while ago.
No, I was having trouble with my tongue before I started drinking, but yeah, it's getting worse.
Okay.
Maybe the drinking will make it better.
Yeah, it'll fix it.
I've heard that excuse before.
Well,
Yeah.
What is it, Orla? Did you say something about getting smashed at one point and your stutter kind of went away?
Oh yeah, I had about 2/3 of a bottle of Bacardi through the whole day, and the only thing that happened is that my stutter mostly left, which is fine.
Okay, that works.
Well, Orla, I hope you keep your YouTube channel going.
Oh, I probably will make
Yeah,
the
Orla,
odd video, but
You've got followers on there, subscribers, so that already makes it worth it.
Yeah, why
you were
were
going
you
to ask.
thinking of shutting your channel down?
I'm not. See, now I've thought about the stutter, so I'm stuck.
Well, you did mention it earlier.
I am not
so
shutting the
that's
channel down. I'm just going to delete the video because it was a silly for Christmas, and I managed to cut off the last word anyway, which some people have interpreted as done on purpose because of the last mem.
Okay, if it's just one video, I thought you meant deleting all of the videos.
That would be her only video, but I'm sorry, I misunderstood earlier. That's my mistake. I apologize. I thought you meant you're shutting the whole channel.
Yeah.
Well, someone has been asking me if I want to make a few more videos, so I may with them.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh yeah.
Might as well.
Yeah, do it. You're
experience
still
at the very
anonymous. You can afford to embarrass yourself internationally.
Embarrassing myself is not the issue. I do that on the daily.
Well, if you're not afraid of telling people you're a cannibal, you really can't go down much further from there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the cannibal stuff. That was hilarious.
That's just VOC.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, does anyone have anything they want to plug coming up? Diana, who are you going to have this weekend? Do you have a guest lined up?
No idea. No idea at all. I got to think of something.
Okay, and Randolph will just keep creating memes on Twitter.
Well, I am I do promote the Canadian Atheist. It's an organization that I run here in Canada called that you can access on the website
Yep.
at www.canadianatheists.ca. The contact page there has links to Twitter and Discord and some other things. So,
Okay, do you want to drop
YouTube.
some links in the side chat? I do appreciate that you have promoted me on your page.
Oh yeah, no problem. It's whatever I can do. So there we go. I just put that the link in the chat there. So, all right. Thank you very much, and thanks again for organizing all of this Christmas marathon video set. This is it's a really wonderful thing you've done. I think you've brought a lot of
Yeah,
really great people together, and I enjoyed watching where I could.
it
And
came out to be a much bigger project than I expected, but I've gotten so much positive feedback that I'm sure I will do it next year.
yeah, so I hope everyone enjoys the 2020, which I'm jokingly calling the year of excellent visions.
Well, the other great thing about 2020 is that the entire month of April will be 420.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Okay, well, thank you all for coming, and thank you all so much for supporting this, colossal 32-hour venture. There are a couple of people like Robert X that I know have been in there for almost all of the streams. It's like, don't you people ever sleep? I even had to sleep through some of it. Okay, so with that, thank you very much, and we are disconnecting from YouTube. Bye all. Catch you
Good night.
See you
later.
later.
Thank you.